This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people had so much to gain and had such an ulterior motive to put me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come of their boards to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the Grotto leader? You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, yeah? Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 56. I am your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we're going back to the Grotto for another Q&A session.
Yep.
Number 5.
5. Yeah.
Yeah. We got some good questions from the
definitely
Grotto
got some good
Discord
ones.
this time.
Yes.
Yeah, and hopefully, I think we're gonna try to stay a little bit disciplined. The
We're
7
not going to
hour
make it
2
two
part
parts
Q&A.
again. It's not going to be 7 hours long. We're going to go through it. It's just going to be, so hopefully, it'll be fine. I hope no one feels slighted that you didn't get a 7 hour answer to your question, but a lot of those answers, were kind of tangential anyway. So, I don't think the substance will be at all diminished. Let's start, actually. Let's go.
Yeah,
right
let's
in,
do it. Let's just go for it. Yeah.
All right, number one.
We won't beat around the bush, as Mr. O would say.
Yeah, right. Ossificans asks, thoughts on Coast to Coast AM? I think we mentioned Coast to Coast AM when we were first conceptualizing, or when we did our first round of episodes. We were definitely keeping Coast to Coast in mind as a lodestar for
a touch point,
or an inspiration for the show, the podcast. Obviously Coast to Coast AM is just a dumping ground for all sorts of psyops /
limited hangouts,
bizarre stuff. Yeah, the Sounds of Hell. All sorts of things. Giants, Nephilim, giant attack.
Yeah, John
stuff,
Titor, time travelers.
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
Definitely a psyop thing.
Of course.
Yeah, I think that is a confirmed psyop pretty much, or some kind of art project, the John Titor thing. That could be a good episode for sure.
Yeah. Some other people have. I think Crazy Days and Nights did a whole thing on it recently or last year. A lot of other people have as well. Yeah, I mean, as a general rule, I would say that Coast to Coast AM is definitely some kind of psyop or entity.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it was meant to be a psyop. I don't know if Art Bell or whatever is maybe he is. I guess I don't know. But I
would have to look closer into him. I mean, you listened to Coast in the past,
a little
right?
bit, and I listened to a lot of Coast to Coast knockoffs. I listen to Coast to Coast inspired programs heavily, that type of late night paranormal thing, where it's dark and talking about these random sort of paranormal topics, just a chill the sort of pre-parasocial podcast experience,
I think there's
parasocial experience,
for sure. And I think it for me it was almost like a gateway drug into sort of the world of conspiracy podcasts. I used to listen to it late at night on the radio many years ago during my moonlighting like Lyft driver phase.
Yeah,
before
right.
I really got like deep into podcasts, listening to Coast AM late at night driving around Los Angeles was a pretty nice vibe. And I think if you just kind of float along with it and don't take it too seriously, it can be pretty entertaining radio. I mean, there's a kind of like really disciplined like kind of openness that like Art Bell had, because I think this is back when he was still alive, or like a kind of, I mean, you could call it a gullibility, but like a very almost like a principled gullibility, like wow. Oh, so you're saying the dog man, he feasts on the souls of the wicked, like, it's like, wow, that is wild stuff. He's just kind of like equally, I mean, I guess Joe Rogan probably, I don't know who does like Coast to Coast AM now that Art Bell is passed on, but I feel like Joe Rogan is like a similar energy. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, George Norrie, not George Knapp was the what's it called guy with the guy from Area 51, Lazar. He was like the local news reporter that and he's kind of wrapped up in a lot of like the ufology world, but George Norrie, that's what I was impersonating. I feel like Joe Rogan kind of inherited that, like, whoa, like, dude, what? Like that kind of
it's
just
saying
like
here that Muslims all have sex with their cousins and they're wiping us out. Like, dude, you're right. Like, look that up.
But I think there is something cozy that late night radio, the callers. I think the callers for Coast to Coast AM, that was like a really amazing part of it, and hearing. I think that's something Alex Jones inherited from Coast to Coast AM, which I mean was also kind of like a right wing talk radio kind of staple. But I think like caller radio, like call in radio, is something that was kind of cool, and it sucks that I guess you have like Twitch streams and stuff like that now, but there was something about that just like a kind of anonymous voice, or like lonely. I think I watched Sleepless in Seattle lately, so that's why I'm thinking, because the entire plot hinges around like a late night call-in love line. Sorry, we're getting off track from Coast to Coast, but it's like not around anymore. I guess this is like our indirect way of like this is like letters to the letters from the Grotto for us.
Yes,
but I think it's influential.
Well, it would be great. We should also solicit. I mean, I'm sure someone would send. Yeah, I mean, maybe we should also open it up to like taking people's like stories about encountering dogmen or whatever, or Bigfoot. I mean, maybe we should do like one episode at least at some point where people can call in. I know this is like a long thing down the line, like but long term possibility.
There must be a way to do it. If we could,
feel like it would be good
conjure a digital switchboard, that would be kind of
or we can do something like that. I've had a lot of proposals for like alternate episode formats, so that's one that definitely should go on the docket, like having people like come in and express their views about whatever, like or tell us that they're like currently outside Area 51 and like their position is being triangulated upon. They only have like 2 seconds to tell us about how they're cloning Hitler.
Exactly. Anybody like that, feel free to come on. We will have some interview guests coming up, I think, in the next month.
Soon.
We're breaking that barrier.
Yes, we are. It's in the works. Yeah, it's definitely happening. We're gonna have our first guest relatively shortly after this episode, and I think maybe the next public one we will have our first guest, which I think will be good.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. And so that will have some of that vibe, I guess.
Cool.
But Coast to
All right.
Coast,
Well,
there's also just stuff that goes on there, but like on the whole, I mean, it's a cultural touchstone. So,
can't deny that.
Definitely, I'm glad it came up, because I hope people feel like, the same way that Coast to Coast, the same thing that Coast to Coast was for us during our various points in life, maybe Subliminal Jihad can be with a with a twist, obviously.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, okay, I think we can move on to number 2 from Computer Coward. And they ask, what is Dracularity?
What is Dracularity? Dracularity is I feel like I kind of have innovated the concept of Dracularity. There is I think, as I mentioned in the 9/11 episode, there is a prior example of Dracularity. I think from Gravity's Rainbow, Pynchon uses the term Dracularity. Talk about the West's dusty Dracularity. But Dracularity to me is like vis-a-vis 9/11. I mean, we've talked about the Dracularity of 9/11. And Dracularity to me is like a sense of this like ineffable sort of predation that, or a sense of creatureliness or being at the mercy of a force that can't fully be comprehended due to like its sort of radical foreignness in some way on multiple levels. Something that has a kind of radical alienness that's very threatening, both like in a sort of ontological alienness, where it's something that is outside of the normal sphere of things that maybe are considered to exist, and then that can sometimes be translated into, I don't know how great of it, like, you know, a precise definition this is, but, you know, Dracularity, it's an abstruse concept, you know, so but yeah, and that can sometimes manifest in that sense of alienness can splinter into kind of an association with other, with more conventional or mundane expressions of foreignness, such as an association with death, an association with like, other cultures, maybe, from a culturally rooted perspective, like, you know, in the terms of the culture that generated the novel Dracula, you know, basically the sort of Anglo-British culture, you know, it's sort of an era of Orientalism.
Yeah, it was very much rooted in
the yes.
Yeah.
So
he's a swarthy Eastern European feudal lord. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the Dracularity of 9/11 is something that we've talked about before, and I think 9/11, obviously, that's probably the prototypical example in that, you know, this has a sense of this incredible like grandeur to the people who experience it as a cultural phenomenon, and the or a cultural event, and that is something that is affected through the systematic properties of it and the symbolic properties of it. And it suggests in a way like an agent or a sort of meticulous plan in a way that's very sinister and has a sense of like very deep and immediate threat to the individual from in a vampire type way. But anyway, so yeah, there's a sense, it creates a sense of the threat in the same way that, like, you know, you could say like Jonathan Harker in Dracula's Castle, or to the girls, to Mina, it creates a sense of personal vulnerability and fear of this like profoundly alien threat that's kind of interpreted in the language of alienness that we have available, but that language, like that language of evil, that language of alienness that we have available, but that language isn't really adequate to it. And the same that with 9/11, you know, all the explanations that we have for like who did it and things like that, they don't seem adequate, you know, and there's a sense of something, you know, people
much
try
like
to grapple
Mothman
with it.
or
Yes, similar to Mothman. I mean, Mothman definitely has Dracularity and definitely has Dracula characteristics in terms of the aspect of blood, the association with the dead. Even the MIB have like a quality of like being almost corpse-like or dead. The robotic automatons, like zombies, even dead. And
even like a destruction of a major piece of infrastructure, much like 9/11, collapse of a bridge.
You're right, of course, and the element of fate,
and also,
as well.
you know, that Russian article that we found that was about the 1999 apartment bombings in Moscow, which they said was accompanied beforehand by the spotting of Mothmen flying around, also mentioned, like, rather in passing, that there were Mothmen seen on like the morning of 9/11 like in New York,
right? Yes,
or something.
of course,
like there's a Mothman hovering around the World Trade Center.
That type of thing, or the face of Satan in the clouds and things like that. And
I remember that.
So I definitely think that, and there's also, of course, the element of fate that comes in. You know, of course, when people say they see Mothman, but there's also, whether or not you include the Mothman thing, both of those stories have this strong aspect of destiny, or the convergence of, you know, if you're not even thinking about Mothman, there's all those 9/11 stories about like, oh, I almost did this, you know, I almost got on that plane, you know, like there's or this, you know, this one thing miraculously survived, like that type of like a hidden hand, you know, the hand there's forces at play that we can't quite apprehend, and the attempt to apprehend it, creates this explosion of, or this conflagration of different sort of vocabularies for dealing with it. In the same way that, like, after 9/11, we just had to, like, go murder, like, every Muslim, and it didn't matter.
What did Tom Friedman say we had to go do? Go over there and say, suck on this.
Right there in the center of that world. Didn't matter if it was, we had descended American boys and girls from Basra to Baghdad. I'm sure he said Baghdad, but
good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, great. But that's the idea. We needed to go and say, suck on this, like, to this vague enemy that, like, was not really, like, had any logical connection to. It was like this bizarre sort of thing. So yeah, and saying that the event has Dracularity, it has that quality to it that inspires, like, that reaction, that sense of personal threat from this, like, vampiric or supernaturally powerful other. It has a sense of, like, personal and cultural threat as well, in the same way that Dracula is. It's the quality of Dracula-ness, really. I'm trying to think of other things.
Yeah.
Are there any other things we described in the podcast as having Dracularity? Maybe
having Dracularity.
Maybe Elisa Lamb. Maybe we've said Elisa Lamb.
Yeah, Elisa Lamb definitely does.
Yes.
I would potentially put like the JFK assassination in maybe, even though there's like a nice clean. There's. In some of these cases there are, like 9/11, there's a clean explanation for, like, exactly what happened, but there's just, like, this pervading sense that something else hidden was happening during that. Just like the fixation on this Zapruder film and, like, the trajectories and things that don't add up. Like, there's a force that is not seen that, as of yet. And maybe it never will be, but there's a sense that there's something deeper going on. There's definitely other events, I think, that they're not really coming to mind right now, but I think, I don't know if I would put kind of, like a certain, maybe like mass shootings or kind of lone wolf terrorist attacks that have a Dracula. Maybe some of them do. That also, I wouldn't say everything that's like maybe a Gladio false flag is like has Dracularity. I think it's a common feature that pops up and maybe some more suspicious things.
Yeah. When it's present, you know it. And Dracularity is a good term to use. Dracula, of course, like, he congeals a lot of qualities of other, like, supernatural things. So when perhaps that's that sense of what would be the word, like a numinous almost, almost, I guess, the word that's coming to mind is super. I know it's a better word, but anyway, like almost a numinous level of threat or something that is radically alien and almost in an ontological way that even if the vampire per se isn't involved, like Dracula is a good symbol for a lot of these things. It has the sort of cultural component, it has the disease component, and it has like the malicious agent component, the sort of conspiracy and plotting component, the deviousness, the capital component, Dracula, like, buying up properties to put his coffins in, things like that. The sexual component. This is just one thing. We'll end our discussion of Dracularity. I'm sure it's a concept we'll come back to, but I feel like maybe people will get an idea of what we're getting at. But this is a very interesting little tidbit. And we forgot to mention this in the 9/11 episode where we were discussing this concept originally. There's a typescript of Dracula that was in an older typeset of Dracula from the 1980s that was discovered in the 1980s, and now some private collector obviously has it, and it has a different ending from the one that we have currently. And there's an omitted section, and this is what happens in the omitted section. So this is like after Dracula has been defeated. As we looked, so they're looking out at Castle. They says Castle Dracula now stood out against the red sky. That line is still in there, but this part is not. As we looked, there came a terrible convulsion of the earth, so that we seemed to rock to and fro and fell to our knees. At the same moment, with a roar which seemed to shake the very heavens, the whole castle and the rock and even the hill on which it stood seemed to rise into the air and scatter in fragments, while a mighty cloud of black and yellow smoke, volume on volume, in rolling grandeur, was shot upward with inconceivable rapidity. Then there was a stillness in nature as the echoes of that thunderous report seemed to come as with the hollow boom of a thunderclap, the long reverberating roll which seems as though the floors of heaven shook. Then down in a mighty ruin following whence they rose came the fragments that had been tossed skywards in the cataclysm. And from where we stood, it seemed as though one fierce volcano burst had satisfied the need of nature, and that the castle and the structure of the hill had sunk again into the void. We were so appalled with the suddenness and grandeur that we forgot to think of ourselves.
Wow. Wait, so a volcano explodes and like Dracula's castle sinks into the earth?
Well, the volcano is like symbolic. Like the castle just suddenly like has a controlled demo type of thing where it just like he says the volcano burst. He just means like how loud the sound is, the explosion basically.
Okay,
so basically,
gotcha.
His castle explodes at the end of the original ending, but it was taken out. Maybe they thought it was a rip-off of Fall of the House of Usher is something that I'm seeing suggested on this page that I'm reading it from. So just a little interesting tidbit that I remember from my general knowledge of Dracula. Very reminiscent, of course, of 9/11, and very intriguing. That same sort of play of invisibility and omission and absence. Where like this is the deleted content that like parallels so well the actual event. Could be a description almost of that day. It really is. It's a controlled demo. It just collapses for no reason.
Oh my God! Yeah. Wow. To quote Subliminal Jihad's maybe second favorite rapper after K Rhino, I was watching towers, and though I wasn't the closest, I saw them fall to the earth like they was full of explosives.
No.
Mortal Technique.
Right, of course. Yes. Mortal Technique. Oh, yeah, great. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's I think good for now on Dracularity.
Okay. Yes, we can move on.
All right. You want to move on to number 3?
We're going. Yeah. All right. Read it. Yeah. Why don't you read that one?
Okay.
Yeah. Or I guess I can.
I guess you can go.
Recent discussion on we're alternating. Given recent discussion on 60s, 70s bands, what are your thoughts on David Bowie? I don't really like David Bowie, but I don't really know if I don't. I really don't.
Oh.
I really
all right.
don't.
Well, no, have. Preach. Like, what?
Are you down with him? I'm surprised.
I like a lot of David Bowie's music. However, I'll get to it in a second. There's a lot of sus things going on with David Bowie. But like, I don't know, musically, I think I was probably over the last decade, I had various phases of kind of like getting into various albums of Bowie. And I think that, obviously, it's like very critically acclaimed and everything. I think I liked his album Low. The song Warszava is pretty evocative and haunting. That was inspired by his train trip through Poland on his way to a concert in Moscow. This is like one of his Berlin albums. Heroes. I think Heroes is a great song, but I feel like he's kind of slandering the anti-fascist protection barrier a little bit in that song in a way that triggers me a little bit, but no, I think he was like a sonically adventurous artist basically. I think his like funk stuff in the 70s, like Young Americans, I'm kind of like his glam rock stuff is kind of like the least interesting to me. I think like Ziggy Stardust is a good album, but just like, I don't know, it's like it feels very like HBO vinyl. Like he was so wild, like dressing up in like a spacesuit, and like he was a character from Mars, and I'm just like, okay, cool, whatever. I think even like his 80s stuff has like some jams on the like the Let's Dance album. I think his last album that was released like either right before or after he died, Black Star, like was really creepy, and I don't like it, and it felt like a ritual or something. Like he was like preparing for, you could say, oh, he's preparing for death and like it's an artistic statement, blah blah blah, but I remember that was like the beginning of like the 2016 just like string, like the slaughter of the unfortunate passing of many like A-list musicians that died in several months. You had David Bowie, then you had Glenn Frey, big L there. And then you had Prince, and then I forget, there was one other person. Wasn't there a country star? Merle Haggard. Yeah, Merle Haggard also died around that time. And it's just a creepy album. I don't know what other way to put it. The video for it is like super creepy. It feels satanic. Like, I don't know. It's like weird. Like, it feels like an OTO ritual, basically. It feels like Kenneth Anger. It's like, in the valley of like, it's like really spooky and like sus. And I don't know. There's also the big thing about Bowie that I think is a little bit complicated is his like thin white Duke phase in the 70s, where he was doing like mountains of cocaine and started dressing like a fascist, like a trendy, like fascist European noble kind of, and then said in some interviews that like Hitler was like a huge rock star, like about as good as Jagger, and then ambiguously maybe gave like a Nazi salute when he was like driving his car through London, which he claims was like, is a freeze frame taken out of context. But he started like flirting with some of this like almost like Julius Evola, and he was also really obsessed with like the Kabbalah at that time. He had Station to Station, that one album.
He was definitely in the same milieu of like Led Zeppelin, like the Rolling Stones being all into magical stuff and like Gnosticism, like
I also
weird,
believe he's if we want to go there, you'd have to cancel just about every 70s rock star, but I believe he slept with the same groupie.
Lori Maddox. That was a thing. Yeah, that was a big thing. Like, around the time of his death, it's like, he like slept with this 15-year-old girl. Like, he took her virginity, like when he was like 40. Like,
I'm looking right here. She wrote an article about it, and she actually wrote an article about it like before he died, in 2015. So I actually, I forgot. I forgot if this like, this is like pre Me Too, and pre his death, and I forget if he.
Yeah, I feel like
I forget if what if people really went after Bowie for this or.
I don't know. Like I don't know if what Lori Maddox's take on it was. I feel like maybe she was like, it was fine. Like, it wasn't bad, in retrospect. Like, that's what her position on it was. But it's still like, not, I don't know. I'm not like super down with that conduct, really. Like, for someone to just like, the circumstances of it as she describes it, like, they don't check out well with me.
Yeah, I mean, she does. She wrote this article in the Thrillist. Yeah, I lost my virginity to David Bowie, and I guess, it's just, she lost her virginity that night and had her first threesome, I guess, with, I don't know, maybe this girl, Bowie's wife, Angie. It wasn't Angie. She came the next morning. I mean, like, what do you do? I guess they asked, she described the whole incident. They said, still, you were a 15-year-old kid and he was an adult man with a lot of experience, power, and drugs. You don't see any problem with that now? She says, I was an innocent girl, but the way it happened was so beautiful. I remember him looking like God and having me over a table. Who wouldn't want to lose their virginity to David Bowie? They asked, but did it ever feel like there was something unusual about it? And she said, no. You need to understand my life has never been normal. I've always been special. I always felt like the universe was taking care of me. She said it was not that different. Like, her older sister was fucking lowriders and surfers. Her dad was deceased. I was with rock stars. Besides, I had been the last virgin in my high school. In some ways, I was not different than one of the Kardashians. At that point, you could say I was viewed as a groupie. That's her experience. And then, then he got a call. Then she got a call from Jimmy Page after that. She thought it was a prank at first, I guess. I remember I think Jimmy Page did something really weird. Like, he virtually kind of like their manager, Peter Grant, she says was like 700 pounds and scary as hell, fat phobic.
700
no,
pounds?
sorry.
I guess he's exaggerating.
Maybe exaggerating, but yeah, he showed up he showed up at the Rainbow Room one night, which I think we've referenced before, and he sat on the Sunset Strip, and he said, "You're coming with me, young lady." I wound up in a limo and didn't know where I was going, but it was to the Hyatt. I felt like I was being kidnapped. I got taken to a room, and there was Jimmy Page. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, and he held a cane. It was perfect. He mesmerized me. I fell in love instantly. Zeppelin was starting its tour for Houses of the Holy, and Jimmy stationed himself in LA. The band had a private jet called the Starship, and he flew back and forth from the gigs. But I was underage and couldn't travel with him, so I would stay in the room and wait for Jimmy. At that point, I was 15 and totally in love with this man. I put him on a pedestal. It became so serious that Jimmy asked my mom for permission to be with me. And they said, "Wait, he asked your mom? Did he ever seem at all nervous about having sex with a minor?" And she said, "Looking back, he had to be afraid of getting sued for being with such a young girl. So maybe he thought it would be better if he cleared it with my mother and told her he was in love with me. But I do think he was in love with me. He brought me beautiful maxi dresses to wear, and he wouldn't let me do drugs or anything." Wow,
he wouldn't let her do drugs.
Yeah, I don't know. So I guess,
Yeah, that's a little bit sus to me. This is I'm reading this Jezebel article about it, which it's ironic from Jezebel. He talks about how David Bowie propositioned this girl, Lori Maddox, when she was 14, and she turned down. Jezebel's like, Maddox had implicitly declined the encounter at age 14 and notes no pushback on her account. Okay, thank you. Oh, how nice that he didn't accept the pushback. And they quote this thing from Rebecca Solnit, the perpetually wise Rebecca Solnit, some of which I think is actually insightful. She says, "The dregs of the sexual revolution were what remained. It was really sort of a counter-revolution. Guys arguing that since sex was beautiful and everyone should have lots, everything goes, and they could go at anyone. Young women and girls with no way to say no, and no one to help them stay out of harmful dudes' way. The culture was sort of snickeringly approving of the pursuit of underage girls, and the legal argument doesn't carry that much weight. Smoking pot is also illegal. It's about the immorality of power imbalance and rape culture. It was completely normalized, like child marriage in some times and places. I kind of object to that comparison, just because not to say child marriage is good, obviously, I am completely opposed to the idea of child marriage, but I will say that marriage is different from having sex with a 14-year-old girl for one night, while you're stoned or high on coke, in in a groupie situation.
Yes.
Or
I would quibble with that as well. That they mean because of the inherent patriarchal dynamics of marriage, that it's basically as bad as what Jimmy Page did?
I would say, well, there weren't there weren't mores around people in the same way that for instance, in the Prophet Muhammad's time, it was normal to have sex at puberty, or to get married to people at the time that you became sexually mature. Then in the 70s, it was all same thing, 1400 years ago, 50 years ago, no big difference.
Right. I mean, this was interesting that calling it a counter-revolution as well.
Yes, that's what I find interesting, is the idea that the sexual counter-revolution. Although some might take issue with that and say that was in a way part of the sexual revolution, and that to make a distinction between the misogynistic, patriarchal, rape-driven aspects and the good aspects.
For sure.
Isn't really fair. I
agree with that. I would go a step further and say it was all a counter-revolution.
Exactly. Yeah, it's either all one or all
of it was counter-revolutionary, or not some of the things that were ensconced in it, but the way it was done was all for counter-revolutionary ends. Gloria Steinem was sitting there at Langley, getting her assignment to go and spin it in a particular way and all that stuff.
I really don't like the instrumentalization of this narrative to defend Bowie, which is something that you might use to explain why we shouldn't bomb an Afghan tribal village, because it's she says, it doesn't make it okay, but it means that unlike a man engaged in the pursuit of a minor today, there is virtually no discourse about why that might be wrong. I am gonna say that there was. It wasn't discourse from within that group, but certainly in the 70s there were people who were saying that was wrong and indicting that entire culture for the sexual permissiveness, like, yeah, they were just squares. You know, that was the problem.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Exactly.
not that there was discourse of that, you know. It's not like
right. They were over 30 and not to be trusted.
She's basically using, like, a defense, like, that people use, like, for not applicable. She's, like, trying to defend David Bowie with something that you could, you know, talk about, like, you know, Mary and Joseph or something, you know, like, it's like, you know, like, oh, it's just a cultural difference. Like, no, like, there were people who said that it was wrong. Like, people were,
and
like,
we're talking, I mean, we're really getting like 14. I mean, you know, it's like that is and you're right, like in the Hollywood milieu, like perhaps I think there was a kind of like licentious, like libertinism that was kind of like in certain ways, and that would like not be in today, or you would just be like a client of Jeffrey Epstein's basically. But it's like it's interesting, like it's literally the same like kind of age range, and a lot of the same kind of like dynamics of like these groupies in the 70s. And of course, you know, Frank Zappa had a whole group of groupies, like the GTOs. And speaking of that, just as like a little, I don't know, to clarify, I found a little Medium post here that talked about Pamela DeBar, you know, that who we talked about in Dave McGowan's episode, the Dave McGowan episodes, who was one of the groupies who was, you know, I lived with Zappa for a while and was with Jimmy Page. And so I guess this person wrote that in Pamela DeBar's celebrated memoirs, I'm with the Band, they contradict Laurie Maddox's account. By late 1972, Miss DeBar, age 24 at the time, had been in a long-standing relationship with Jimmy Page. She ended her relationship with him, however, before moving in with Frank and Gail Zappa, for whom she'd previously worked as a nanny, in February 1973, precisely because of Page's ongoing relationship with Maddox. And from the book, it quotes, I realized how desperate I was for attention and affection I was when good old Led Zepp came to town and I flopped around with Jimmy again. The first night was wonderful, even though he had started to ingest many harmful substances. But the second night he left me stranded in front of the whiskey like a floundering, faded Jezebel, while he sleazed off with a 13-year-old nymphette called Lori Lightning, Maddox's modeling pseudonym. I sat around all night with the rest of the group getting pissed, and they all agreed I was too good for that sort of treatment. Oh well. And the author writes, importantly, this occurred before her move into the Zappa's home in February 1973, and therefore well before David Bowie's March 73 Long Beach concerts. Between Miss Maddox's own accounts and Miss DeBar's memoirs, it increasingly seems that the fact that the underage Miss Maddox was already in a relationship with Jimmy Page well before she claims to have lost her virginity to David Bowie cannot be seriously disputed. So in that case, like, I guess she was in a relationship with Jimmy Page at 13, which is like, I do want to know this, and it's like not necessarily to excuse Bowie, and I guess like we shouldn't stray too far from Bowie here, but like why has Jimmy Page like never been canceled? Like, it's weird.
Well,
it's like he's literally a Satanist, like
him, even though there's all sorts of like, you know, like things that he could be canceled for, honestly, in addition to like age gap discourse stuff, like it's just,
like
it's
saying
weird
like,
that like I love Hitler or whatever. It was just a joke, you know. I love the, you know. Just,
I mean, he was always politically slippery.
I guess, you know, well, back in the 70s, it was just considered to be a hilarious joke to just say, like, I love Hitler, I guess. Like,
I'm a fascist. You know, like, actually,
so
LOL,
funny.
I'm a fascist.
Like, I don't know. I guess, just.
And it was around the same time that punk was coming about, even though he wasn't really doing punk. I'd say some of his stuff has like a sort of like proto and post-punk quality to it around the late 70s, but that was also like a British trend that really pushed this like ironic Nazi iconography out in like the music world, and for the kind of the first time since World War II. And Bowie, in his own kind of special way, was also like experimenting with fascist aesthetics and maybe even some fascist ideas, though I guess he ultimately like stopped doing so much cocaine and like pulled back from it. But it's an interesting, especially, you know, his trilogy of Berlin albums, which I don't know, like, you know, it's just, I don't know. Is it the kind of thing to say like, oh, Bowie's a Nazi and all his music is like fascist? I wouldn't quite go that far. but I think
Phil Greaves to weigh in. I think he would give him the thumbs down. But
he probably would.
Yeah,
he probably
I've never
would,
listened to his album Station to Station. I don't know.
It's interesting. Like Wild as the Wind, I think is a pretty good song. He was doing like a lot of cocaine when he made that album in LA.
Yes,
so I guess he was like really out of it.
Yes, it's apparently inspired by Nazi Grail mythology, Nietzscheanism, obviously, Crowley, Kabbalah, and word. And
it's so I mean, I think if we go, he might pop up in some further exploration of like the music scene of the Cold War era and the British influence on it, and I think maybe it's that they're. I'd like to look a little more into like his like spiritual fascinations. I do remember somebody
like some stuff coming up. I can only imagine Labyrinth. Like what was going on with that?
What was up with Labyrinth? I mean, that COD piece was seared in my memory from the time I was like 4 years old. Like you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like
actually The Man Who Fell to Earth would be good because that director did a previous movie starring Mick Jagger that I think we brought up.
Where Persona? Is that what I'm thinking of?
Yes, it was I think it or Persona or something like that.
Or it was Persona. I think that might have been the Bergman movie, or was it Performance?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Performance.
Performance, exactly. So I believe the director of Performance, then he did Mick Jagger in Performance in 1970. Then he went on to do The Man Who Fell to Earth, and I forget what and I forget there was one other like sus connection to The Man Who Fell to Earth that I don't know if it was like a De Palma connection. I'm kind of blanking on it right now.
It came up in weird scenes in Laurel Canyon, but maybe I'm making that. Yeah, but I do feel like there was.
Oh no! Now I remember what it was. Papa John Phillips did the soundtrack for it.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Word.
Yeah. I guess that was when McGowan said he sobered up long enough to do the soundtrack for this movie. Right. So same old characters.
Yes, and of course there's like E.T. themes all about shit like that. Starman. I'm the Starman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Tom?
Weird like space age, mood age daydream, which I thought was very appropriately used in the We Live in Public documentary, and I think we put it in our episode. Like
Spiders from Mars, Ziggy Stardust.
Yeah, spiders. That's us. Yeah. I don't want to think about spiders on Mars.
A little bit of Had Above content.
Yes,
there.
exactly. We got to get to that one. Talk about cryptids.
Yeah, that's the only. That's really something.
Pretty much. But there's even I did hear. Maybe we'll leave it here. There's one anecdote I heard from like a British like film director that I knew like years ago who like he was friends with one of the guys from the band Yes, that kind of like prog rock band, and they had toured with David Bowie, and he told this guy once that like when they were on tour with Bowie had a separate tour bus that was completely full of just books. And like Bowie, I guess I don't know when this was, so maybe it was like after his like huge drug phase, but basically like every night he would like go onto his like library tour bus and like read like like old texts and things like that, or like Magic House stuff, or just like that. Right. I don't know. It felt kind of like MIB-ish, like weird, like Alien Man, like Starman. Like he just brought this like gigantic like supply of books with him to like read things, and I guess that informed his music. And he was very kind of like disciplined and like kind of intense about that. So I don't know, take from that what you will. But
is Scary Monsters and Super Creeps like a whistleblowing thing about reptoids? Like that's what I want to know.
I'm not familiar with that one. Is that a song?
Never heard that song. I feel like you've heard it on the like Scary Monsters,
No, I don't.
You know?
That's a Bowie song? I never heard of it.
Yeah, it was a whole album actually. I think.
Yeah, you're right.
Well,
wow, I guess I missed that one. I still have some. I have some Bowie. Oh, it's a 1980 album. Wow, it's right after the Berlin trilogy. Okay, I guess I have one more Bowie album to listen to. It sounds kind of sus, like Ashes to Ashes. Yeah, and Brian Eno too. I forgot he did all that stuff with Brian Eno, who also is somebody who's like work I admire, but also might be sus.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll get to him one day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like David Bowie, to be honest, but again, I have, like, you know, as I mentioned before, I have pretty bad music taste, which I think we'll get to again when we get to the question about Tool, but we'll
Do you love Tool? Are you a Tool head?
I did love Tool. I did love Tool. I definitely went through a period of time of, like, you know, being a big Tool listener. Anyway, we'll get to that in time.
Man,
but,
you were that sad little, like, claymation figure, like living in a furnace or something, like.
I don't really know what you're talking about, but
you know the video. I mean, I feel like that's like a millennial like MTV staple of like my childhood.
Maybe.
It's like that like depressing claymation video. But anyways, we'll save that for that.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on now.
So,
we'll move on.
Okay, we'll move on.
Number 4. I'll read this. This is from Marximum. Considering the recent news, I'm not actually sure what that's referring to. What's your thoughts on the Dyatlov Pass incident in 1959? I know this is a real normie one, so apologies. This is not a normie one. This is a good question.
Normie. Yeah, I mean, I guess that is.
No, I don't think too many people. I think it's been brought up in the Grotto before. People have asked us what we think about, because it kind of, you know, I think it is normie, kind of natural SJ territory. It's
normie by, like, you know, the standards of people who are interested in. I guess that's what made by normies in scare quotes. It's like normie for, like, the X-board on 4chan. But that's not necessarily normie in general. But anyway, so I do think that, like, the recent news of, like, the Dyatlov, like, Pass incident being debunked is bullshit. Like, definitely not. Like, and I don't think the people who, like, said that, like, it was actually kind of weird that people jumped on it to say, like, it's been debunked when, like,
that's what he's referring to, is the recent debunking of it.
I think so.
Okay, but I see. Just from January of this year. Wow.
Yes, but I think even the people who, like, you know, proposed, like, an avalanche said, like, you know, not only is the avalanche hypothesis not new, but, like, they weren't saying that it was definitely an avalanche. They were just proposing that explanation. Like, they weren't. They didn't claim to have, like, debunked it affirmatively.
Yeah, I'm seeing a Nat Geo article here that said already. I'm skeptical right off the bat. It says a 62-year-old adventure mystery that's prompted conspiracy theories around Soviet military experiments, Yetis, and even extraterrestrial contact may have its best, most sensible explanation yet. One found in a series of avalanche simulations based in part on car crash experiments and animation used in the movie Frozen. Already I don't trust it. It's an elegant computer model from Disney.
I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah,
all right.
Chill out.
That's bizarre. What? Like, okay, they created like a realistic physics engine to model an avalanche for Frozen, and then they're like, what? All right, okay. What?
Debunked.
Debunked by the Frozen animation. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay. So that's
this was published in the Nature Journal in January of this year. So that's basically, you know, what they're saying now is, I guess, for anybody who doesn't know, I can read just a really brief summary of, like, what we're talking about.
All right.
So from Smithsonian, this is like referencing the recent, paper. But in February 1959, university student Mikhail Sharavin made an unexpected discovery on the slopes of the Ural Mountains. Dispatched as a member of a search party investigating a group of 9 experienced hikers' disappearance, Sharavin and his fellow rescuers spotted the corner of a tent peeking out beneath the snow. Inside, they found supplies, including a flask of vodka, a map, and a plate of salo, white pork fat, all seemingly abandoned without warning. A slash in the side of the tent suggested someone had used a knife to carve out an escape route from within, while footprints leading away from the shelter indicated that some of the mountaineers had ventured out in sub-zero temperatures barefoot or with only a single boot and socks. Perplexed, the search party decided to toast to the missing group's safety with the flask in their tent. Quote, "We shared the vodka between us. There were 11 of us, including the guides. We were about to drink it when one guy turned to me and said, 'Best not drink to their health, but to their eternal peace.'" Over the next several months, rescuers recovered all 9 hikers' bodies. Per BBC News, 2 of the men were found barefoot and clad only in their underwear. While the majority of the group appeared to have died of hypothermia, at least 4 had sustained horrific and inexplicable injuries, including a fractured skull, broken ribs, and a gaping gash to the head. One woman, 20-year-old Lyudmila Dubanina, was missing both her eyeballs and her tongue. The wounds, said a doctor who examined the bodies, were equal to the effect of a car crash, according to documents. And it's one of Russia's most enduring mysteries to this day, spawning conspiracy theories as varied as a military cover-up, a UFO sighting, an abominable snowman attack, radiation fallout from secret weapons tests, and a clash with the indigenous Mansi people. But as Robin George Andrews reports from National Geographic, new research published in the journal Communications, Earth and Environment points towards a more sensible explanation, drawing on advanced computer modeling to posit that an unusually timed avalanche sealed the hiker's fate. They say right there, the lead author says, "We do not claim to have solved the Dyatlov Pass mystery, as no one survived to tell the story." Yeah, but we show the plausibility of the avalanche hypothesis for the first time. Okay, so this is like, Elisa Lam like evaded the alarms and like climbed to the roof and like decided to climb on top of the thing and nothing weird happened. The end. Talk about there is a Dracularity. Speaking of Dracularity, there is a Dracularity going on here.
There's a good example, a great example, because there is. Wow, how fortuitous! A perfect example.
We didn't even think about
where,
it.
like, perhaps it is plausible based on the model offered by Frozen that that the damage of an avalanche to the human body and like katabatic winds could have like caused the snow to like be propelled by funnels of air down to the campsite, and then due to like whatever it's called, like when you become so hypothermic that you like experience heat, they like undressed themselves and like left the tent and wandered out into the snow, but that does not like seem adequate. It seems like a Yeti did it.
It seems like a Yeti did it. Because I mean, if they're suffering from hypothermia in their tent, I mean, they did have clothes with them, but presumably they had brought clothing that would allow them to like not freeze to death. So like it, and if the avalanche
wasn't there
was the
also
thing
like radioactivity like on at least
which is part of the thing. It's like nuclear fallout or something like that. So I don't know if they felt like the burning of radiation. Did they like take off all their clothes and run into the snow maybe? But then why would they have gashes like that? Why would her eyes and her tongue be missing? That is bizarre.
I mean, I guess like they could have if they were dead for days, like predators could have gotten them, like bird.
That's true. But I feel like maybe that accounts for like the eyes or the tongue, but I feel like it doesn't account for like the gash on the head and things like. I mean, it's just like that's a lot of coincidences compounded on top of each other to basically make the story like fit. And while I can't honestly say that no, that's not true, it didn't happen, it could have plausibly happened that way, but I guess that's kind of what you're getting at in the essence of Dracularity, is the normative explanation, even if technically plausible, is deeply unsatisfying and feels incomplete.
Right, yes. And that, like, even beyond that, I would say that, like, the fact of it being unsatisfying, like, is legitimate. It's not just, like, a psychological phenomenon, like, or whatever. It's not just, like, something where it's, like, people being irrational and, like, wanting to, like, have conspiracy theories. Like, there's something, like, important, like, in that intuition of Dracularity. Like, it's a primal, reflex that we have to help us detect Draculas. I
think it's a honed I think it's a deeply honed like skill that humans possess, or like a deeply rooted tendency to of how you deal with the unexplainable and how you process it. And I don't think humans survived all these tens of thousands of years by just like trusting science all the time and not having to grapple with ambiguity and not knowing and come up with ways to still function and operate. in that environment of unknowing and things of that nature. Like there's like if you want to be like reductive, like I think there's an evolutionary benefit to being paranoid, basically.
Yeah, well, I think that's very well put in a way because, like, yes, I mean, there's both. I think that a good way of saying it that it's a fundamental aspect of the human experience that is not something that, you know, in the same way people are not going to just like become irrational and not have like this experience of like calling to or a sense of the uncanny or a calling to like a sense of you know, something ontologically other. I think that, you know, like, yeah, but of course this also, it can be helpful. It can give us insight into like our condition as human beings or as like, you know, conscious people experiencing life on this planet. I mean, it also can obviously be dangerous, you know, like it can, like in Salem, for instance, like, you know, even though there, as we have discussed in the past, like, might have been something to these witchcraft accusations, like it wasn't good to kill like a 6-year-old, you know, maybe like
or like, you know, like sentencing like half of like the pull-up bureau to death in like 1937, like like, you know, like I don't know, they're like is that the bet, like was there something going on? Probably there was, but like maybe, you know, you don't want to let the paranoia get out of control, you know, because then that can unleash some things, or if it's like very consciously weaponized paranoia like that, which like Nazi Germany weaponized, obviously can have horrible consequences, you know, basically when you incorporate it, but you know, I think at the same time it's something that we have to live with and grapple with. Like we're not going to eradicate the kind of like this kind of skepticism and paranoia and like not it's just like it's gonna be, you know, fun, not really, but like watching them try to like, you know, make society more like this and just be, you know, rational all the time.
Yeah, the aspect of nothing is unknown, everything is understood, like, you know, we know everything, like, you know, or like, you know, well, it's just natural that human beings want the unknown. You know, it's like the god of the gaps, something that was never real. You know, something that that was never a reason why people believed in God was because they couldn't explain, like, you know, I mean, not that everyone, I mean, according to Noam Chomsky, we still don't understand why water comes out of the faucet, but you know, it's my new favorite thing to bring up, my new favorite little factoid that we don't we
might have to do a whole episode on how does water come out of the faucet.
We need to have a physicist come on the show and explain to me how water comes out of the faucet. Like, you know, I feel like I could say like, yeah, like there's some kind of you know, when the valve is released, like, you know, when the faucet is turned or you know, moves in that direction, some kind of pressure changes within the pipe that forces the water from like whatever reservoir it's in. You know, I'm not a plumber or like, you know, a physicist by any stretch, but out of the faucet, which I feel like to me is a
my very unscientific, uninformed guess as to why it happened is like the first thing that pops up on Google, and I guess it is like not a mystery at all. Like the water in the pipes of your house is held at a higher pressure. Spoiler alert: it's held at a pressure higher than the pressure of the air around you. The pressure difference is what causes the water to come up from the ground level pipes coming to your house and out through the faucet. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's saying that like we don't know why pressure works that way. Maybe there's like a deeper thing going on. But I would love to have a physicist come on and explain.
Who knows what
Noam Chomsky or hydraulic engineer, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, like, you know, it's not just like but you know, that's never been like you know, this whole thing of like, oh, people like mysteries, you know, and that's why they choose to believe these things. Like, it's not really that.
Like liking them and being, you know, like,
there are mysteries. There are mysteries. Like, you know, you cannot make them go away.
Being interested in something is not a frivolous thing in and of itself. I think being interested in mysteries is very different than just like you like them, like you like romance novels or like 80s action movies or something. And, like, you know, you just love love a good mystery, but there's a reason why we love mysteries and we're drawn to those types of stories and narratives, is because it mirrors something very deep about our reality, and always has.
And some mysteries, like, you know, I mean, once a mystery is solved, it's no longer a mystery. And some things simply are mysteries. Like,
it's a history.
You know, wow.
Yeah. That's my first book. It's going to be self-published on
wow.
On Lulu. Yeah, you can pick it up.
But
From mystery to history. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds like your History Channel show or something, or like Discovery Travel Channel, like, you know. Anyway, yeah, well, I just, like, you know, I feel like this is an ontology heavy Q&A, but, you know, mysteries are an ontological thing. Like, you know, it's not just that, like, people want to make things into mysteries. Like, they are, in fact, mysteries. They are mysterious. Like, there's something about them, fundamental about these events, like, really events, like, happenings, experiences that fundamentally have that quality. And, like, you can't, like, take it away by going into the fucking frozen computer program, you know.
Yeah, no matter what,
like, you know, sour grapes over getting debunked by the Imagineers, but I stand by it.
Yeah, I would say, like, no matter what the Ont cops try to do to police the ontological boundaries of, you know, mysterious questions and situations, people are going to, like, take a peek. You know, they can say nothing to see here, move along, all they want, but, you know, it's just another concatenation of Pinocchios, nothing to see here. But I think people are going to want to look. They're going to want to rubberneck, and it cannot be dispensed with so easily.
Yes, here's another good Dracula quote. This is from the actual book, so, you know, you'll notice the castle is still standing in this passage. In the summer of this year, we made a journey to Transylvania and went over the old ground, which was and is, to us, so full of vivid and terrible memories. You know, this is from the very end. It was almost impossible to believe the things which we had seen with our own eyes and heard with our own ears were living truths. Every trace of all that had been was blotted out. The castle stood as before, reared high above a waste of desolation. When we got home, we were talking of the old time, which we could all look back on without despair, for Godalming and Seward are both happily married. I took the papers from the safe where they had been ever since our return so long ago. We are struck with the fact that in all the massive material of which the record is composed, there is hardly one authentic document. Nothing but a mass of typewriting, except for the later notebooks of Mina and Seward and myself, and Van Helsing's memorandum. We could hardly ask anyone, even if we wish to accept these as proofs of so wild a story. Van Helsing summed it all up, as he said, with our boy on his knee. We want no proofs. We ask none to believe us. This boy will someday know what a brave and gallant woman his mother is. Already he knows her sweetness and loving care. Later on, he will understand how some men so loved her that they did dare so much for her sake. Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. Hard to disagree with Bram Stoker.
We want no proofs. Well, yep. I mean, there are. Well, it was a Yeti. It was a Yeti. But yeah, we want no proofs. It was a Yeti.
Coast to coast, coast to coast, I'll do what I can so you can be what you do. Coast to coast, coast to coast, I'll do everything I can so you can be what you do. Coast to coast, coast to coast.
Number 5. It's you.
Yeah. All right. What are your thoughts on skinwalkers, wendigos, and other similar Native American folklore / legends / myths? It's from Gingy00. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a topic. Both of those things, I think, like, are topics that we'll get into for sure, like, more substantively down the line, you know. Big into dogmen, so I think that definitely, like, you know, and there's this huge overlap with those things. So we'll definitely get into those like at some point, like, you know, in an episode. It is interesting though. I mean, I feel like, you know, these are distinct things, of course. You know, there's, you know, a skinwalker is more of maybe a skinwalker might be cannibalistic, or at least, you know, they could defile the dead maybe. I know that there's like some anxiety around funerals involving skinwalkers, and I think that that's like you know, mostly a Navajo thing, whereas Wendigo, there's like equivalents of that in a bunch of cultures, or you know, similar concepts in a bunch of cultures. That's like you know, I guess it's an Algonquin thing.
Yeah.
But
I have a quick question, because I'm vaguely aware with what a Wendigo is supposed to look like, but what are the characteristics of skinwalkers per se?
Skinwalkers, like, well, they're called like in the Navajo language, I think they're called the Yi Nal Landlushi, which is like what walks with it on four legs, you know, so like what walks whereby on four legs or something, you know. So basically skinwalker is traditionally speaking, like in the classical idea, a skinwalker is like a witch, pretty much, or a type of sorcerer that uses an animal skin to change form. And take on like the aspect of an animal, but they also have like other abilities, and they, you know, are monsters and some, and like the exact nature of like a skinwalker and what they do is very different. There's actually a book that I wanted to recommend, kind of relative to the skinwalker thing, because it's skinwalkers are something that, you know, probably the most famous, I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably the most famous, like, Native American mythological thing. Like, I remember even in the X-Files episode, you know, their episode about the werewolves was, like, Native American themed, you know, and it was all about, like, how this, and like, you know, in the Twilight Saga and whatever, the Native Americans are the werewolves. So there's all sorts of, like, loaded, like, you know, fucked up shit around this, you know, so, and, like, the whole idea, like, the skinwalker as being like a werewolf, you know, but of course, like in modern society, like these things do blend together, you know. It's similar to like Sasquatch or Bigfoot, you know, in native communities where there wasn't like previously an idea of Bigfoot. Like sometimes they will incorporate Bigfoot and it will take on like the characteristics of like a feature of native spirituality, or like the you know, the structure of native spirituality, even though like it wasn't even traditionally a part of it because of the association of Sasquatch with Native Americans. Like, you know, sometimes in modern culture, you know, these things can become assimilated, and the characteristics assigned to them in the larger sort of pop culture can kind of enter into the, you know, it's not like a hermetically sealed thing where there isn't transference between the two, of course. So like sometimes in skinwalker stories, which is what I was going to mention, like there's a book called Some Kind of Power, Navajo Children's Skinwalker Narratives by Margaret K. Brady. It's like, you know, an ethnography, and it's pretty dated. It's like from the 80s, you know, so this might not be like super up to date, but you know, like there might be a better treatment, but it's very specific about skinwalkers. I'm not sure like how much this topic is treated. Like I'm not like an expert on the anthropology of Navajo or anything like that, so I don't really know like you know, what other good ethnographies on skinwalker beliefs, but that is one. And I don't know of like any others, or if there are, you know, it might be that like because the topic kind of has that pop cultural sheen on it, like the interest in it sometimes from academics or ethnographers is maybe discouraged. But another interesting aspect of it, of at least of the skinwalker stuff, is the like aspect of secrecy that's around it. Like in this book, I remember there's one very interesting part where which kind of gets to the heart of this. The author writes, you know, it is significant that although these Navajo children were willing to tell jokes, riddles, and ghost stories in groups of children they did not consider kin, sometimes including Anglo children in their class, they were unwilling to tell skinwalker stories in the same groups. It was important then for the children to select their own groups for these narrative sessions. Never was an Anglo child selected. Always those children who were involved in sessions where skinwalker stories were told referred to each other as cousins. In other words, a particular kind of narrative demanded adherence to a peer group as kin prescription, as was first suggested by Buddy Randolph when I asked him if he knew any, quote, scary stories. So this is the interview. The interviewer asked, "Do you know anybody?" And he answered, "Family secrets." The interviewer says, "You have family secrets? Oh, you can't tell them?" And he nodded his head yes. And he says, "What are they about?" And he goes, "Witches." He says, "And you can't tell them outside your family?" He says, "Or relatives. Only cousins and relatives." This notion was elaborated by Buddy when I questioned him much later about the sharing of skinwalker stories. One time, the only time me and Melvin and Billy Yazzie, we tell our stories like what Buddy told his mom, told him never to tell anybody. The interviewer said, "Did he tell you?" Yeah, he told me he told us, and I told Melvin and Billy what my mom said never to tell anybody else. Why did you do that? He said, "'Cause it's sacred ways." The interviewer goes, "I know, but why did he tell if it's sacred ways?" And he goes, the clan, or sorry, someone named Melvin interjects and says, the clan. He goes, "Oh, they're in the same clan." And all the boys at once said, "Yeah." So he says, here the notion of never telling anybody refers to outsiders, non-relatives, strangers. And I found another reference to this, like in some like quarterly journal on Native American affairs or something that was talking about, how around funerals, sometimes Navajo families would ask the funeral director to keep quiet about the funeral because they would have a concern about skinwalkers. So there is this aspect of secrecy, and I think that the whole aspect of the internal stories around this stuff and the beliefs, like there might be some difference between like what the sort of popular idea of skinwalkers is, or like when these people go on the History Channel and are like trying to tell the UFO people like what their legends are or whatever. That's not really like there's a different level of privileged information that isn't being granted to these types of people outside, but and I assume that's true of many things of this nature.
For sure, but that's really interesting.
I remember also in this book that there's like various sort of takes on it in the same way that like you have more naturalistic or mundane takes on supernatural phenomena a lot of the time. For some it's a very conventional take on the skinwalker where he sort of sings his spirit into an animal in some way, and that's when asked what is a skinwalker, they'll be like, oh, he sings his spirit into a coyote, and then he can put curses on people and such things, and some people will be like, well, they put on an animal skin and they get flashlights and they use those to replicate the eye shine, and then they just steal people's turquoise, like they just go around scare people to steal their turquoise,
well, what kind of flashlights? You mean like what kind of is there pre-existing?
I don't know. I have to actually I'll see if I can actually find that part of this book, flipping through it now, because it is on archive. Do
they mean in modern times somebody running around?
Yeah, they do.
Right,
of course, they mean in modern times.
Okay.
Yeah, they mean in modern times. Yeah, because they're this is still something that is participated in actively. These stories. This is an ethnography from the 80s, so these are stories are collected during that time. So when people skinwalkers are still active, for people who have an idea of them as being witches, they still have that active quality, but. But
it might be like a Mothman Green Beret, parachuting.
Yeah, exactly. Or some greedy guy who is wearing an animal skin and holding these weird flashlights, to freak people out. In some cases he'll turn into I guess they dig in graveyards to eat things. Wow. So that's a similar thing to the Wendigo, which is always the cannibalistic aspect of the Wendigo is always emphasized. And
also, no small amount of Dracularity, I think, going on with the Wendigo stories.
Oh yeah, well, obviously the Dracula is cannibalistic, so I feel like there is, and the defilement
and Wendigos for that matter. Wendigos are cannibals as well, right?
Yeah. Wendigos are. Okay, that's why Wendigos are. You don't. Yeah, skinwalkers. Their primary characteristic is probably being the skinwalking, the walking, the transformation, shape-shifting, but Wendigos, their primary aspect, I would say, is being cannibals. That's the main thing with Wendigos.
And I was struck, I haven't read super deep on Wendigos, but I was struck as a kind of the synchronicities between the insatiable cannibalistic appetite of the Wendigo and the encroaching European settler colonialists who it sounded a lot like if you're gonna launch an invective against Western settlers and raiding parties that are just insatiable, no matter how much land they take and how many resources, they still want more. They want to eat all the buffalo, they want to poison the streams, there's a kind of I don't know, spiritual, political synchronicity kind of going on with the legend of the Wendigo. And isn't the Wendigo usually ghostly pale and white?
Yes, I think that in many cases, I feel like Wendigos can look different, it varies. I'm not sure if there's any sort of stable appearance for the Wendigo. I feel like a lot of the time, they're humanoid. Being pale and white, that would maybe make sense. So I think there's a lot of interesting stuff going on there. They're Wendigos are kind of like zombies a little bit, they're kind of like corpses, or maybe they look like death. There's an aspect of being starvation. They seem
yes, they have a wasting disease where they have an insatiable appetite, but they're always hungry. Isn't that? Dracula kind of has things like that where if he doesn't suck on people's blood, he starts to wither away.
Of course, he gets old, and pale white as well.
Just capitalism needs to exploit super profits.
That's actually a thing. That's actually a thing in anthropology as well. Anthropology, I think, as a discipline, academic discipline in the United States, is mostly interested maybe in Native Americans. I would say almost especially as a theoretically productive ground because of the genocide. It's an interesting thing because of the genocide that's inflicted upon Native Americans. Now there's a little bit, and this is something that's also been criticized, but of course there's the noble savage stuff but I think that people often look to Native American things as being Native American culture, or Native American concepts or theories or cosmologies as being a theoretically productive ground for critiques and things like that. It's very interesting because I get the whole Wendigo capitalism thing, but I also
but it's also I don't mean to reduce it to a simple direct analogy in terms even in a phenomenological sense. I think it's reaching it's operating on different levels, and the whole framework of it is a bit different, right?
It's just one of my pet peeves when people look at the belief, anthropologists, for instance, who often have sort of explored the idea of Wendigo cannibalism as a way to critique capitalism or imperialism or something like that. Which
do you think maybe even to imply that it's a kind of a literary metaphor they came up with to describe their experiences
exactly.
and thus not rooted in something deeper?
Exactly. It's insisting on their Western or their academic anthropological ontology and and saying the ontology is this, and it's just an epistemological difference. Their word for capitalism is Wendigo.
Exactly.
Not the case. Yeah, exactly.
I guess that's why I meant to say there was synchronicities between the concept of Wendigos and capitalism, even though they are kind of quite different beasts in
I do think
ways.
that the discourses around that are super interesting. It's interesting. That's an interesting new afterlife for the Wendigo, and the same with the Skinwalker has kind of had an interesting afterlife in the world of UFO stuff around the Skinwalker Ranch, being passing through all these different hands, being a hub to the Stars Academy, being this this famous place for
Robert
UFO
Bigelow,
activity. The same way that because of the name of that has sort of had a new interest in the Skinwalker lore. It is interesting. An interesting act with the Wendigo thing that it hasn't had a renaissance as a theoretical concept in kind of critical humanities. That's also interesting. But obviously has two aspects to it. I'm still seeing if I could find this part where the flashlights are. I'm seeing some great flow charts Yeah, if I didn't pronounce that right, the Skinwalker words, it's Yi Naldlushi. I hope I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's basically what it is. Yi Naldlushi.
Sure.
Yeah. What walks?
I have no idea.
On four legs with it. So that's basically what they do. Yeah. Skinwalkers, as witches, constantly threaten the highly valued order and balance of Navajo society with the inherent possibility of chaos. The licentious behavior that the Yi Naldlushi repeatedly engage in, according to Navajo tradition, marks them as transgressors of social cultural boundaries. Skinwalkers invert the social order and make a mockery of the most sacred rituals of Navajo society. For though ritual is the most powerfully effective way to create order, it can also be used to create complete disorder. Ritual was a means of transforming chaos into the cosmos, but it can also be used to reduce cosmos to chaos. Traditionally, Yi Naldlushis, with their bodies painted in ceremonial fashion, gather either in caves or in a witchery hogan, which is a complete opposite of a normal hogan, or like a home, when they chant ritual songs in reverse and make sand paintings. When they spit, they then spit, urinate, and defecate upon these sacred symbols in Navajo ritual. They are truly calling forth chaos from the strictly ordered events of Navajo life.
That's a black mass. Yeah, basically. Not to make a direct comparison, but basically,
no, but
folks,
Well, yeah, it is interesting because you could have like two perceptions of it. Like, it is interesting, and again, it's hard to really know like a sort of pre-Columbian form of these beliefs, or if there's any kind of influence upon the way they're expressed by these ideas. But assuming that the basic structure is still in place, you could compare that to a critique of capitalism, but you also could compare it to like the witch beliefs that the Puritans had. It's very much the same, that there's certain people in society, old people in particular, people who are conspicuously wealthy, politicians, or people who have religious power being particularly suspect.
And singers, right? And singers.
Well, singers are shamans, basically. Like by singers, they don't mean like like Miley Cyrus. They mean like.
Yeah,
exactly. Sorry. Yeah, I would take that back. But yeah, I think when they say that singers are being suspect, is because singers, in our culture,
incantations.
One can say, as singers, you could say perhaps at least that aspect of musical performance or vocal musical performance is occulted in our culture, but it's very much emphasized their ability to heal or something like that. So they also have like a more
they're honest about the role that singers play in their society, unlike ours.
Yes. Yes. But it's interesting. It's very interesting how one day we will do a Dogman episode, and it's very interesting how similar some of the ghost stories that the kids tell about the Skinwalkers really parallels the same thing with Dogman. They come to the walls of the house, they knock on the doors and the windows and things like that.
Don't want to get targeted by a Wendigo.
Yeah. Okay, I did find it. So these are the two sort of different perceptions. He says, she says, each child's characterization of Skinwalker might be placed in a continuum ranging from the most traditional, Skinwalker as witch who sings his spirit into a coyote, the Skinwalker of Chapter 1, what we just read, to the most acculturated, Skinwalker as a man, greedy for wealth, who kills a coyote, cleans it, puts on the skin, uses flashlights for glowing eyes, and goes about the countryside stealing jewelry and other valuable possessions. One of the most traditional children, John Begay, describes Skinwalkers in this way. These old people, they sing until their spirit leaves their body. Their spirits go into different things. Like when they sing something, their spirit leaves them, but it goes into a wolf or a coyote or something. And if they say something while they're in that body, they'll die. One step away along the continuum lies a construction among 3 11-year-old Navajo boys. It's like they kill something like a wolf or a coyote or bear, and then they cut out the inside, but they don't eat it. They just burn it and they wear the skin. First they dry it and then they wear it. And they clean out the head, take everything and put it on top of them. They have to wear all kinds of turquoise. Yeah, then, if they, like Skinwalkers, they run fast. The medicine man, this one medicine man, they got some kind of power, they pray. They put it on their head, that's how they make them run fast. In this example, the participants indicate they don't believe the Skinwalker has the power to sing his spirit into a coyote or bear skin, as John Begay suggests he does, Rather, they describe quite pragmatically the entire process the skinwalker must go through to ready a suitable costume for himself. They do, however, suggest that they believe in the skinwalker's power to run exceptionally fast. And even less traditional view of Skinwalker is seen in Charlie Bitsui's claim that they're just bad guys that put on skins to scare people and take their turquoise.
Wow.
So yeah, different ideas, like walking in the skin of an animal, like through like astral projection and like spirit possession, versus like, you know, putting on the skin, etc. You know,
literally like putting on a gorilla suit, basically. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we should probably move on.
Yeah. All right. We'll move on.
We'll pick up
but again,
on that
a rich
stuff
topic
to
return to at the end of the line. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Now, number 6 from Liberty Uprising. Okay, this one. I think this one's kind of a doozy. We'll try to. I think this almost deserves like its own episode. I think that's the only way to not do an hour on it right
honestly.
now.
It's like episodes.
It's multiple episodes, but I think we can touch on. You can probably touch on maybe the Islamic roots aspect. I could maybe touch on the socialism aspect. Anyways, Liberty Uprising writes, a topic I would like to hear you two riff on is Islamic Marxism. In reading Sylviane A. Diouf's Servant of Allah, it has become even more evident to me that any positive impact Muslims have had on Western events, history, culture is omitted. Abu Zar Ghaffari has been called the God-worshipping socialist, or the world's first socialist. Are there examples of caliphs ruling based on Abu Zar's beliefs or teachings? How influential was Abu Zar's teachings in contemporary Marxist left-wing struggles, such as the Iranian Revolution, Gaddafism, or Jal Mohammed Sayed Barre's communist state in Somalia? Could these struggles have succeeded without Zar's teachings? Is the Waisi movement or Mirsaid Sultan Ghaliyev's prominence in the Communist Party before Lenin's death a brief success story of Islamic Marxism? Can either of you envision an Islamic Marxist jihad functioning as a vanguard party sometime in the future?
All right. Well, first of all, I think that I might have recommended Servants of Allah a while ago in the Grotto, but yeah, very interesting book about like the history of Islam in America, like going back, Muslim slaves predominantly in America and in the Americas, before the era that people associate with Muslims, from Arab immigrants, mostly African Muslims in America, and their influence on. The example I think I brought up before in past episodes that I think is, one of the best crystallizations of this is the Levy Camp Holler, which you can it is what it sounds like. You can look it up on YouTube, but you can hear the sort of harmonics of the call to prayer in it. So that's, but that's not necessarily about socialism per se or the examples that he asked about. He mentions Abu Dhar. I think that, Abu Dhar... I think that he is mentioned by Ali Shariati, who I would definitely recommend as probably the preeminent writer in an Islamic socialist mode. Although a lot of people have called themselves Islamic socialists, I think that even Said Qutb went through at least a time of describing himself in that way. Or saying I'm an Islamic socialist. I mean, there's many. Actually, you would think it's odd because if you're just on Muslim Twitter with all these goobers, you would get the idea that Islam has nothing to do with socialism. Associating with Islam and socialism is incredibly hostile. Blah blah.
It's shirky.
We're all a
it's
bunch
shirky
of dumbass
as
reactionaries.
hell, right? It's shirky as hell.
That socialism is shirky. I mean, maybe because socialism has a materialist aspect to it, but I think the main thing is because of the horrible things the Soviet Union did do vis-a-vis Islam many times, in the past. But, for one, Muslims in Soviet domains aren't the only Muslims who've interacted with the idea of socialism at all. And that relationship is a bit more complicated than, the very negative aspects of it that are real, where they're, for instance, clergy or Sufi leaders, being disappeared or killed, atheist campaigners, coming in and, shutting down mosques and things like that. There's also, other aspects where people, and I think that someone who's mentioned this question, Mirsaid Ghaliev, is an example, He kind of, we can talk about him. Yeah, like he kind of.
Yeah, we can talk about him. And he's really interesting. Really interesting. I've read a little bit about him before in the past, and yeah, really fascinating figure. And it goes to show that even there was space early on, directly following the Russian Revolution, like during and after the Russian Civil War, like he said before Lenin's death, basically, where people like Mircea Sultan Galiev they envisioned a kind of synthesis, like that there didn't have to be an antagonism between Islam and Bolshevism, basically. Unfortunately, like that didn't pan out. I think
people have different. People have different takes on him. He did like kind of one of the most like infamous things that was that he did right was he kind of wrote this thing sort of advising like basically atheist Bolshevik missionaries like about how to approach Muslims, which a lot of Muslims like used to kind of but used to say like this guy was kufar or whatever it was kafir, but some people see it as being tactical, because obviously you can't just be like, actually, you can't, you have to do a little bit of entryism. You can't just say like, hey guys, like Islam is good. They're obviously operating from like the point of view that like, and since this guy eventually was purged, so it was definitely a time where you had to walk on eggshells. To be fair, so, like, I always
want to be clear when we talk about purging people that that word can mean different things. It has a particularly sinister, evil comment. He was eventually executed, so like we could just say executed. Yeah. Like he was politically purged. He was actually arrested and then kicked out of the Communist Party in 1923. But not killed or anything. It was just like you're kicked out of the party. That's it.
Yes, but he actually was executed. But
eventually, but in a different
everyone who was purged. Purging isn't a synonym for killing.
Yes, it's not a synonym for killing, though everyone loves to say it is. But basically, and I think that
kind of like how everyone loves to say fatwa is a synonym for a death sentence when it just means like any legal ruling.
Of course, yeah. Or a jihad is like do like terrorism against civilians, like
kill
be
everyone.
Evil, like exactly.
Anyway,
but actually, basically, his biggest protector in like the Soviet government was Lenin. So Lenin, Lenin saw some promise in this guy's approach. Many others did not, though, unfortunately.
He actually became kind of like the poster child for like invidious, like national, deviancy. People. Yeah. I think actually there was a term coined after him of like Sultan Galievism or something, where they'd be like, this is, the biggest blight upon the communist project is like this type of, but he was, trying to make his, even in his writings, like where he says like, this is how atheist missionaries should, they should come in and live amongst the people and like integrate themselves with the community. And then they'll see that atheists aren't a figure from the devil, you don't want to act like the Christian missionaries of the past, et cetera, et cetera. Like, people read that different ways. Some think he was actually sympathetic to Islam, or even, we always want to give people the benefit of the doubt when there's any room. Yeah, people think that maybe he was actually secretly sympathetic to Islam, despite saying that, despite being openly atheist.
I see. Like that was kind of like a tactical pivot to like not stoke antagonisms, basically. Okay, which is understandable. And, like,
try to dissuade them in a light way from going in and doing what did happen in a lot of places, which was like not conducive to any kind of cooperation and just So exactly. So that's why some people read it, but in terms of the, Vaisi movement, I honestly don't know too much about that because it's actually like a very like understudied topic and like little known and understood. Like they were kind of like, like anti-clerical. They were supporters of the Bolsheviks. People, I've heard them like compared to like the, the Wahhabis or whatever, in certain ways because they had that sort of like, purity, but obviously, aspect on like Islamic purity or going back to the old system, kind of that Salafist streak, avant la lettre maybe, but I guess not really quite avant la lettre at all, but without identifying in that way remotely, or that I know of, because I really don't know too much about them, but it is very interesting
Yeah, I don't know much either.
Well, it's like there's material on it, I think, in Russian. So we have to do a lot of work. It's definitely a fruitful area of research, and something that people, who work on Islam don't tend to do. Like, people do tend to neglect that area of the world. Like, people think of Islam, they want to do the Middle East, and if not that, maybe they want to do South Asia. So that,
and
like,
for that matter, a lot of Marxists and leftists, like in the West as well, are probably, this is not. I think some people would find it very interesting, but a lot, I think, kind of look at it as like, that's a bunch of why make in. I mean, you see it all over the place.
Stopped.
Like, why reach out to any religious people? They're all like, they're class enemies. They're opiated. Even though that's narcophobic, like they're taking the opiate religion. They're like misreading that classic statement that it's like a sedative to deal with the pain of oppression, as opposed to like a fun drug that like tricks you, or something like that.
Was he talking about opiates like in the sense of the time where it's like medicine,
exactly. Like, so it has a therapeutic effect and all this stuff. I just want, maybe you could talk about like Abu Zar Ghaffari, but I just want to read Sultan Ghaliyev's like statement from December 1917. It's just one paragraph here. That was a response to some Tatar's accusations that he was betraying his own people to the Bolsheviks. And so he wrote this, and I think it's an interesting encapsulation of like what he was about. He said, I now move to my cooperation with the Bolsheviks. I will say the following. I associate with them not from sycophancy. The love for my people, which lies inherently inside me, draws me to them. I go to them not with a goal to betray our nation, not in order to drink its blood. No. I go there because with my whole spirit, I believe in the rightness of the Bolsheviks' cause. I know this. It is my conviction. Thus, nothing will remove it from my soul. I realize that only some of the Bolsheviks were able to implement what was promised at the beginning of the revolution, but only they stopped the war. Only they are striving to pass the nationalities' fates into their own hands. Only they revealed who started the World War. What does not lead me to them? They also declared war on English imperialism, which oppresses India, Egypt, Afghanistan, Persia, and Arabia. They are also the ones who raised arms against French imperialism, which enslaves Morocco, Algiers, and other Arab states of Africa. How could I not go to them? You see, they proclaim the words, which have never been voiced since creation of the world and the history of the Russian state. Appealing to all Muslims of Russia and the East, they announced that Istanbul must be in Muslims' hands. They did this while English troops, seizing Jerusalem, appealed to Jews with the words, gather together quickly in Palestine. We will create for you a European state. So, like, I don't know, like, why would you execute this guy? Come on. You know what I mean? He's pledging his love to the Bolsheviks. Come on. Whatever happened after that.
A huge opportunity was blown because there really was, like, a huge, Muslims were ready to ride with the Bolsheviks in a lot of cases because, like, the Tsar was a fucking crusader, as he rightly said. And I think even Lenin had like a great statement like about like the Muslims and their freedom to worship Muslims of Russia, all you whose mosques and prayer houses have been destroyed, whose beliefs and customs have been trampled upon by the czars and oppressors of Russia, your beliefs and practices, your national and cultural institutions are forever free and inviolate.
Wow.
If only
I know. Once again, Lenin wish he could have lived a little longer. But nope, an anarchist had to shoot him. So.
It was Chomsky.
Because the states are bad. Chomsky.
Yeah, he time traveled. He got John Titor's time machine, and he went back to because
he dressed up like a woman, like in a De Palma thriller, and
he asked himself the philosophical question of is he worse than Hitler?
He had to choose killing Trump, Hitler, or Lenin, and he chose Lenin.
Lenin's allowed to live. Global warming.
Yeah,
exactly. Anyway,
but just to touch on the first part of the question, because I don't really know anything about. I don't know if it's Abu Zar or Abu Dhar.
It's the her
Oh, I see
differently.
It.
So
Gaddafi.
Abu Zar. It's one of those things. There is actually, it might actually be. I probably can find. Let me see if I can find online. Ali Shariati's once again Abu Zar, because I think the reason why he's mentioned or why he has such a big role in, or why maybe people are talking about him in this way. I actually hadn't encountered. I definitely think, in terms of the question of like, could these communist movements have succeeded without Dar's teachings? I definitely say yes, because even though Abildar is phrased by Shariati, I think one of the main things that he likes about him is that he sees him as being like, a true like Shia, or someone who just like stuck to the principles of Islam, like, and like stood up to like the corruption of them. So like he wasn't necessarily like an innovator of any like special teaching, so much as like someone who was like a good model of like courage, and standing up to in this case, like the earlier caliphs who had started to corrupt Islam, because it's very much a Shia take on this permutation of Islamic socialism, or Shariati's ideas, or Red Shiism, maybe his famous phrase and book, right? So
I am kind of in just to bounce back to the modern thing. I am very interested in like the government of Siad Barre in Somalia, because he basically, I don't know like too much. I haven't delved as deep into him as I have with maybe some other people like Sankara, but this is, he actually had a pretty long run, I mean, relatively speaking, from 1969 to 1991. And I feel like Somalia today has been coded as just like this, Black Hawk Down kind of lawless, like anarchist failed state, kind of a warlord space that's very dangerous, blah, 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 with lots of poverty and stuff. But he was very basically like directly advocated for the synthesis of like scientific socialism, aka Marxism-Leninism, and the Quran, basically, like basically Islam, like very much so. I guess especially after '76, when the SRC turned into the Somali Revolutionary Socialist Party, that was directly based on scientific socialism and Islamic tenets. And then I know there was a civil war in the 80s. There's also one in Ethiopia. There was a lot of fucked up stuff going on in the 1980s that led to the collapse and various economic problems. But I think oftentimes you really don't. I think in the third world struggles for socialism, you really see a lot more kind of synthesizing, and there's more creativity, I think, and anachronistic approaches than maybe they get credit for. It's like either they were like a Soviet-backed like puppet government, or so I think that there were differences between like the Cuban approach and the Somalian approach, and the Chilean approach, etc.
And I think that was like Galiev's like vision in a way as well. Like he just wanted to say that like we're gonna have our own approach that was seen as like nationalist like deviationism, and that was a threat, so in that case. But I think that's something that might have been important or good to have. And as we talked about in our victory episode, like that weakness was definitely something that was exploited. Really, like you could tell the whole story of the whole thing through that. So
I mean, imagine if the levels of like loyalty in Central Asia were closer to that statement I read, that he said of just like, how could I not go to them? Like they're, like they are, basically that they like, this is the first time that we've been protected ever, and our, like Lenin said, our right to our religion and traditions is like inviolate. It sucks that was not allowed, that line was not pursued, in its, because I think it would have made socialism, and in some sense, like much more. I do think maybe that's one area where taking a less like heavy-handed approach would have actually made the whole thing stronger in the long run. I mean, maybe there would have been other external like downsides to it in some respects, but I feel like they had very talented political leaders, like Sultan Galiev, who were like ready to like do the work basically and bring like Muslims on board, and integrate it in like a very, you know, almost like not quite bottom up in that classic, I think, like positively Leninist way, like a real synthesis of like organization and like setting out to do things in like a very direct way with like kind of getting bottom up feedback. And I mean, you know, I think that was something that popped up a lot later in Maoism as like a central tenet of that.
Yeah, there definitely were some annoying like jihadis, and there was like internal like friction. Like I think the Vaisi movement is an example of that. Again, I wish I knew more, but that's an example of even before, you know, the revolution, there's tension between like the ruling sort of, or the older elites, you know, the clerics and the ulama, you know, beforehand. So like there might still, you know, be existing frictions, like not everyone, you know, but the only way like to do it is not to have like this, you know, Glalia's warning about making sure that like you don't seem like these old czarist missionaries coming in and imposing stuff. Like it's just, you know, and he had a point, like people aren't gonna put up with that, like, you know, and that still lives on. So
that taps into people like, in a deep, like, you know, especially such hijabs,
you know, like it's just not gonna work.
Yeah,
you know?
and like especially for an empire, a former empire that has like a multitude of religious tendencies that, you know, had been oppressed and were really itching to like basically like, you know, run their own thing after a while, you know, whether it's like Ukrainian Orthodox or Muslims or etc. Like basically like the idea that like I think I've mentioned it before, like if there's one line that I'm like most critical about of like 20th century like Marxism or, you know, communism or whatever, it is like the edgy atheism. Like I think that was like by far like the biggest like own goal. I get why people were like that at that time, but I think that somebody like Lenin, who was an atheist, was able to understand the importance of religion and counsel against like cracking down on it, or like sending in like, you know, like Reddit moderators to be like, excuse me, comrade, like, did you ever consider that like a flying spaghetti monster, like, you know, like, like shut the fuck up, like making it so much harder, you know, basically to
it's a perennial problem that people who are not religious just fundamentally do not understand it, and they really do think that like they could flying spaghetti monster away someone's religion, like and that is just like that's a problem even today, where like there just is a fundamental problem for people to understand like, you know, religion and its importance and like what it even is, like but you know,
and I think that was one area where I'd say just on a basic statistical level that like if you looked at the difference they made in the numbers, like if you just take a few things they did succeed wildly at, like industrial output, literacy, like healthcare access, like education, like public transportation. If you looked at like the, you know, the first like 40 years of the Soviet Union, like all those things would be like skyrocketed. But then if you look at like, I'd actually be interested to see if there was a like survey, or if there could have been a survey that said like, okay, how many people are religious now? But I mean, I think if you zoom to like now, like most of the Muslim people, I think in the Central Asian republics are probably still Muslim, and most of the Orthodox Christians are still Orthodox Christians, like most of the Jews are still Jewish, like that didn't really move the needle, despite, you know, trying and using like a heavy hand at times. Like it just, you know, it like you waste a lot of energy and you create a lot of resentment by basically going after something like that.
Religious. There was an effect which was like on the whole just bad, but like like it certainly didn't make everyone enlightened, like, you know, epic atheists who like are, you know, and the Soviet Union now doesn't exist anymore.
And a lot of people ran back to now like the Russian state like is reifying like the Orthodox Church again, and like Putin's like showing off like Putin, the ex-KGB officer, is like showing off, you know, how orthodoxy is and all that stuff. And you know, it's like, oh, it is back to the old program. You know, it was not dislodged. So I think that, I don't know, the last part of this question, like, can either of us envision an Islamic Marxist jihad functioning as a vanguard party sometime in the future? I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah, well, wait, before we take out this question, I did also want to mention two other people who I vaguely know of, which are Ubaidullah Sindhi and Hifz al-Rahman Suharwi, who, or that's, well, his name is spelled different ways, but Hifz al-Rahman, Seoharwi, I think is the normative spelling of his name. The other one I think you can figure out. But Ubaidullah Sinti is the other one, who are both Pakistani/Indian. I think pretty much like pre-independence, where they were mainly operative Muslims who had like socialist thought, who I think are really interesting people to possibly engage with on that front as like theorists of that. I mean, like, again, I just would emphasize that there's like a whole history there of like Muslims dealing with these ideas like there, and I also would definitely like recommend Sharia to, that's a very particular take where like, most Muslims are Sunni, and this is a very like Shia take where there's like a on this, but it is probably like most of the stuff like that people like when people talk about Islamic like socialism or like red Islam or like particular red Shiism, like this is a lot and a lot of when people are like exploring the kind of resonances between socialism and Islam, they will talk about this. Here's just like this one passage from sort of work. Maybe this is a lecture or a little essay that Shariata wrote, particularly about Abu Dhar. So basically, he was ordered to come before Uthman. So the caliph, that's Uthman, ordered no one to follow a religious edict from Abu Dhar, but religious edicts were issued, one after another, by Abu Dhar. That which he had seen in Damascus had made him more anxious and more brazen in struggle. Abdul Rahman Auf, the head of the Caliphate Council of Umar, died, and his heritage, which was an abundance of gold and silver, was piled up before Uthman. Abu Dhar heard that Uthman had said, Abdul Rahman is blessed by God, that he lived well, and when he died, he left behind all of his wealth. Abu Dhar, when by left behind, he means like he didn't give it away to the poor. He like left it behind, and Uthman took it. Not Astaghfirullah, not saying anything bad about the caliphs, but this is just a Shiite take. They're also Muslims, just saying.
Okay.
All right, but they're very they're not all about the first three caliphs. Anyway, so they're emphatically not all about them. Abu Dhar, agitated and inflamed, invaded Uthman's house alone. On the way, he found a camel's bone. He picked it up and took it. He cried out to Uthman, "You say that God blessed a man who has died and left all of this gold and silver behind?" Uthman softly replied, "Abu Dhar, does a person who has paid his zakat have other religious obligations as well?" Abu Dhar recited the verse of Kins and said, the problem here is not zakat. The problem is with anyone who hoards gold and silver and does not give it upon the way of God. Kabul Akhbar. Okay, so now you're going to see a little bit of the anti-Semitism here. Kabul Akhbar was, his name actually means like the rabbi, kind of, or like, but I mean, or the Jewish
he's
scholar,
also, he's making a statement against wealth hoarding. Is that not just
that's Abu Dhar who's doing that, but right now, Uthman is about to get some support from a convert from Judaism who's a known figure in Islam. Of course, this is not to say as Sunnis do this as well. Some of the more extreme members of my own persuasion will sometimes say that Shiism itself was founded by a crypto Jew or something. So it definitely goes both ways, but I don't necessarily condone that anyway. So Kabul Akbar, formerly Jewish, who was sitting beside Uthman, said, "This verse relates to the people of the book. It does not relate to Muslims." Abu Dhar cried out at him, "Son of a Jew, you want to teach our religion to us? May your mother mourn for you." Uthman said, "If a man has paid his zakat and builds a palace, 1 brick of gold and 1 brick of silver, there is no blame." Then he turned to Ka'b and asked him his opinion, and Ka'b expressed the opinion that, "Yes, your majesty, that's the way it is." Abu Dhar attacked him. Ka'b, out of fear, hid behind Uthman and placed himself in the refuge of the caliph. The scene is complete, the scene of the drama of all of history. On one side, gold, coercion, and the ruling religion in the visages of Abdul Rahman, Uthman, and Kabul Akhbar, and how exact and accurate. The principle, gold, coercion, its supporter and religion, hidden behind coercion as justifier. Confronting it, Abu Dhar, the sacrifice of exploitation, despotism, and deception. The manifestation of the religion condemned by history and the oppressed class of history. God and the people. Abu Dhar alone, disarmed, oppressed, with all of this, responsible and an assailant, takes Ka'b from the refuge of coercion and with the camel's bone pounded him so hard in the head that blood began to flow. Uthman said, "How tiresome you have become, Abu Dhar. Leave us." Abu Dhar said, "I am fed up with seeing you. Where should I go?" "To Rabada." Marwan Hakam, an exile of the Prophet, was assigned to exile Abu Dhar. Ali heard of the affair. He moaned. He took Hassan, Hussein, and Aqil, and they came to see him off. Marwan stood before Ali. The Caliph has prohibited the seeing off of Abu Dhar. Ali, with a whip, bypassed him and went with Abu Dhar till Rabida. Rabida, a burning wilderness without water and cultivation. Along the way, the pilgrims, which other than at the time of the Hajj, becomes empty and silent. There he set up his torn tent, and he met his need with the few goats that he had. So, he lived in poverty. He stood up for the poor, and, he had to.
I really jumped when he said that was him saying the oppressed class of history.
Yes. Well, that was Ali Shariati saying the oppressed. The oppressed.
Oh, okay.
I
was gonna say that was very, very Marxist terminology for the 7th century.
Yes. No. Yeah. Well, I mean, he probably would not have put those, but obviously the story is being used like in a very self-consciously kind of Marxist socialist way by this writer. So I definitely would say that he's someone who stands out in terms of that tradition. But it's a very robust one. But he's definitely someone who's kind of a starter area for people interested in that topic for sure.
So
yes.
To the final part of that question, can either of us envision an Islamic Marxist jihad functioning as a vanguard party sometime in the future?
Yes. The arc of history is long. So I definitely could see it. I think that there's a lot that needs to be worked out on both ends. For
sure.
There's a lot of internal problems happening. I
personally can't. I'm not particularly wedded or betrothed to any particular religious persuasion, although I am sympathetic to religion in general. So I guess what I would say is a kind of alliance between various religions, basically convincing them of the moral necessity of socialism, while also convincing socialists of the moral necessity of maybe certain, or at least a non-hostility and an openness to working with people that operate under religious meta narratives would be a very potentially powerful alliance that would avoid many of the mistakes that were made in the 20th century when everyone thought that religion was just about to fizzle away around the corner. After the next scientific discovery, everyone's going to stop. I don't think they're going to stop. And in fact, I think it's also, you do need something besides Chomsky's liberal morality or even the Bill of Rights. Maybe there's something to it that if you're going to have any kind of guideposts to an overarching sense of right and wrong, basically, or what lines you're not going to cross, religion does provide those in it's some of the oldest social technology, if you will, not to simply reduce it to that, but the laying down of a law and commandments. I mean, religion was really kind of the I don't know if they're exactly the first to codify, but the first major forces in the world to codify codes of commonly accepted morality. And I don't know, would, as Khrushchev charged, the violations of socialist legality, I don't know if all the Bolsheviks decided to be religious, if they wouldn't have done that, because plenty of religious people have slaughtered people and abused their rights and found justifications for doing that as well. So you even need to confront that contradiction within religion of still doing bad shit even though you're religious, because that's obviously kind of a trap as well. And so I think
being religious doesn't make you a good person, or believing that something is bad doesn't mean that you won't do it. Religious people sin. That's a part of pretty much all religious doctrines. Even if you don't believe we have original sin, as Muslims don't, you still think that we sin, you know, and you don't, you might not think that you need to go immediately to a booth to have it forgiven by a guy, and you can just, ask Allah to forgive you and then refrain from the sin. Generally human beings we do believe in the concept of sin, and that, most, that Muslims do sin a lot, although we strive not to, obviously, and that's why we ask God to help us not do that. But Yeah, like in our Fata and such things. But
I don't find anything wrong with that outlook. I don't think it's I don't think that's religious and like that leads to bad things in society. The fact that we believe in sin, like that's kind of the same line of thinking that like narcophobia seems to come out of. Is like, the problem is that people think it's bad. Rather than like addressing the source of like what is the subject that we're talking about, and like is it generally perceived to be a negative thing, like heroin addiction generally perceived to be a negative thing in society, but
even like a Marxist like moral epistemology has like a concept of sin, right? Like in some way, maybe in an abstract way.
Well, exactly. That's the that's the risk. If you completely discredit, if you go full edgelord atheist mode and you try to discredit the idea that like humans have a propensity to like sin and do things that are like commonly objectively held as evil, then like what do you do about like the ruling class and the capitalists and the imperialist mad dogs and all that stuff? Well, does it not matter as much? Like you're invoking that they're violating a certain sense of justice and they're doing something that's wrong. Now, of course, Marxism is more interested than some other ideologies in kind of explaining the structural aspect of like it's not all about like the individual capitalist being a bad guy. It's like, but he's still acting as a bad guy, and like so in a way, it doesn't exempt you from like you're a sinner. Like, and
I do eventually think this is a very commonly scoffed at thing by atheists, but I do think that like if you really think about it, like, and you really interrogate like the idea that there are some things that are good and some things that are bad, then you will end up like having to believe in God, because like there's no like if some things are definitely good and definitely bad, like then you'll end up believing in God. If you I feel certain things are bad, I feel that certain things are good. Either you have to be like, okay, well, your feeling doesn't matter, and if I disagree, then like you can if you're gonna assert your belief in what's good and what's bad over some other random person's belief or try to work it out by consensus, like maybe, but like then you still have to ask yourself like, where does that feeling come from? Like, what's the source of that feeling? Does it have any significance? Like, why should it have value? Like, if you really try to hang on to that belief, again, like atheists do tend to scoff at that idea, but and that is different from the idea of revealed religion. Like, that's very different from believing that the Quran is something that is revealed by God. But, like, that's, more basic, like a prime mover type, first principle thing. But I do think that, like, if you're trying to have any kind of morality at all, like, you're going to arrive at that. Like, if you really interrogate it, like, in the basis of it and the grounding of it, you'll arrive at something like that. Yeah, because
the only other, I feel like the only other real directions you go of is that, like, well, I follow a moral code that is rational. But, like, we've seen how that could be taken in a bad direction before in, like,
and also,
in the 20th century.
And
how flimsy that could be.
Yeah, or say, like, I have a moral code that's based on harm. It's wrong to harm people. Like, why? Why is it wrong to harm people? Because you feel that it's wrong? Like,
because it causes pain.
Then what if I disagree? Like, or is it like that? Like, not that I do. I do think that that's wrong, but I believe that, like, my instinct that it's wrong to harm people, like, I call the source of that idea God. Like, that's, where I feel that comes from.
A higher power, as the God-controlled would say.
Or not even, like, in a way, like, higher in the sense of, like, it being exalted, but, like, not necessarily being in the sky, also, like, a grounding, I think a grounding of, like, these beings and these being in these intuitions, like, if it's just the idea that, like, there's some kind of evolutionary incentive to, like, not harm people, like, okay, well, maybe I do have, like, an incentive to, like, kill my enemy and not get caught or whatever, and I can try to overcome my evolutionary impulse, like, and I just don't care, like, or whatever, like, can you really tell someone who, like, reasons that, can you really tell, like, George W. Bush that he's done anything wrong if you, like, just believe, like, the evolutionary rationalist idea of, like, morality? I really don't, like, necessarily think that holds up. Like, if it's just your feeling that harming people is bad, like, well,
he feels differently
to make an argument. It's not sufficient.
Exactly. He and his father feel differently.
At a certain point, we got to say, because God said, so.
We are as little children sometimes, I think,
what I
and
feel,
the capacity for self-delusion when there's no commonly held or not a seriously held, like, common sense of good and evil leads to this kind of like gelatinous, like invidious elite that we have now, that like they don't get punished or really even scolded or held up to like
sorry,
for doing bad things anymore. Like they really, I mean, they get like they get their feet held to the fire for bullshit.
You can always pick apart everything, you know, like you can like I'm thinking like even you know, on a far less systemic level, you know, like people on Twitter being like, you know, is incest between like you know, a father and like an adult son like really that bad or whatever? Like no one is harmed or something like that. It's like,
exactly.
well, you know, if you just like read the Quran, like you would know like that's just bad and like just don't think about it, you freak. Like, you know, I mean, granted, like there are like, you know, there have been obviously religious systems in history like you know, Zoroastrianism or like in ancient Egypt where like within the elite maybe they would allow something like that, but you know, that's why
the pharaohs, some of them married like their sisters, like there's some weird shit like
although,
that,
you know, not as much as maybe some people think, because I feel like I did hear that like the word for like husband and wife like were just sometimes the same as the word for brother and sister, so like sometimes it seems more like, you know, more people committed incest than actually did, but still people did, and in Zoroastrianism it was,
and European royalty.
I don't know if there was straight up brother sister incest in European royalty.
Also, like Mormons, like the FLDS had like the highest instances of like congenital birth defects, I think, in the country, because of their like extreme. They're all cousins marrying each other for like 3 generations, that kind of stuff.
If you see some you know, white nationalists on Twitter bemoaning the fall of the Sasanian Empire or something, you know, and wanting Zora Mazda to like come back or whatever, just remember that they were doing brother sister incest. Although, you know, Muslims. The early Muslims are so tolerant of other beliefs, despite like the oppressive Zimmi system. You know, they actually did like sometimes allow that to continue because they were respectful of their beliefs. You know,
just like Lenin, what's wrong with that?
Lenin should have been, or
sorry,
like,
I don't mean to insult the prophet, but you know.
Anyway, so well, in terms of like whether I can envision it, you know, can I envision it in detail? No, but I do always think that history is like surprising. You know, like we were talking about in our episode about Manaqib al-Arifin, like, and you know, the Mongols like converting to Islam. Like people probably like wouldn't necessarily have seen that coming. And there was a time when like Mecca had like no Muslims in it. You know, so to say that like you know, and I do think that there's a possible rapprochement between you know, Islam and Marxism. I do think that they have things. I think that concessions need to be made on both sides, you know, like, but I think that there.
And I feel much the same way about Christianity as well, which I feel like is kind of particularly, even though, it's outside the purview, but I feel like it would be relevant to like Western Europe and, well, the United States, but also like South America, Central South America, and parts of in Africa, like Christianity and Islam would both be very, you know, important things to like grapple with, and I think that like that rapprochement, like say between like Catholics, and like realizing that kind of like, well, for one, you have a common enemy. The globalists, the capitalist globalists, like they want to destroy religion. They don't like they used it for a while it was useful. Now they want to like get rid of it and replace it with something like Luciferian. They want to like, you know, violate everything. Like as Marx said, they wanted like everything that is sacred shall be profaned, and they're not going to stop until everyone's like bleh, like I love Lucifer. And you know, the Marxists like realize, like have, you know, the Marxists have to realize that like there's an opportunity to frame this in spiritual warfare terms, like not unlike Alex Jones or something like that. But you know, in like the chill way, but like, you know, be willing to like talk to people on that level and say, because I've had productive conversations with people that are religious when we kind of like stay away from like the third rails of like contention, and even to some degree like this podcast sometimes is like often like us kind of combining
we're
like
doing
these
the dialectic right now. This podcast is a dialectic. This is, you know, this is our way to the Islamic Marxist Jihad Vanguard Party sometime in the future. You know,
I think like liberation theology, I guess, is the term that maybe like sums up like all of the. I don't mean it just in a specific like Catholic or like evangelical or African American Christian context or whatever, but just like that term in like kind of liberation theology as like a tendency inside religion, marrying it with like this kind of a class struggle, like Marxist analysis, I think is a very like powerful thing. Just like how like multi-ethnic alliances of like the working class are like powerful as opposed to like everyone being balkanized and like agitated to hate each other and things like that. And like whenever there can be rapprochement and unity and solidarity between these different like social, economic, political, whatever forces, especially as like unions are like pretty much like a dead thing, like they've all been busted. We don't have a lot of traditional secular like arenas for like collaborating together, but religion is like naturally that, right? I mean, you have congregations still, depending on what state you're in, I guess right now, but you have communities, of like believers, and like those people can act as like can act collectively. It's one of the few sectors left that could have any kind of potential for like collective action in a way. So I think it's a very interesting thing to consider.
Yeah, and I think like I mean, well, like the Ummah is like in dire straits by a lot of accounts, and I think that for political theory that Muslims are doing, like it's very challenging, it's difficult. We have to deal with like a lot of things, like the longer and the more robust and the more sophisticated tradition, like the harder the political theory like for these times like can be. Like you have to deal with a lot of things, but I think that if Muslims are going to rise to that and deal with the fact that like how much has changed like over the course of the history of like the broader Islamic tradition since the time of the Prophet, so like Islam, like I think that Marxists can also like try to like realize that things have changed like for them as well, and like they might need to rephrase some stuff and think like maybe like Islam owns, like maybe it's not
well
like,
I mean there's no redos of the 20th century or like the 6th century. We got to play it as it lays now, and we got to learn the lessons from earlier attempts,
right?
And do the dialectic.
Inshallah, in conclusion to that question, inshallah. I did want to mention one last thing. There actually was, I don't know if maybe the questioner, Liberty Uprising, actually did know of this, but there is another book about Abu Dhar that I guess Shariati had translated by an Egyptian writer, which actually, I guess that's probably maybe where he got the idea of the God-worshipping socialist, because that's how the title is sometimes translated. But I think it was by, like, what was his name? Abdul Hamid Jawdat al-Sahar. So yeah, it's a titled Abu Dhar. Yeah, there is another, I don't know if it's in English though, but maybe it can be found. But yeah, I thought that might be worth mentioning as well.
Okay.
As someone else. Yeah.
Check it out. Moving on to number 7 now. You want to read that?
Okay. Yeah. Whatever Parenti Sound System asks, whatever happened to the Bermuda Triangle? Is it purely a matter of GPS making ship disappearances much less common, or was something weird going on there? I remember it being kind of a big thing in the 90s, but you almost never hear about it now. Maybe they finished building the ruling class's secret underwater base? Yeah, well, the theory that you float in the last sentence is interesting. That possibly has some credence. But, in the traditional Bermuda Triangle stories, the eeriness around the Bermuda Triangle goes back to, like, Christopher Columbus, like, saw, like, a UFO in the Bermuda Triangle is, like, one of the old Bermuda Triangle stories. So... yeah, that's what is sometimes said. Yeah, like he saw like a light in the area, like in the sky. I think he interpreted it as some kind of, divine prodigy. As I'm,
Did it have a swastika on it by any chance?
It was a Flugerod. Did anyone speak German to him from it?
That they shouldn't have sent an Italian to do a. It's a shame Germany didn't really build a navy until later.
Yeah, no.
They could have discovered the Flugerod.
Yeah, they could have. If they had made first contact. But instead he was like a subhuman med. Anyway,
I don't know. Like the Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, I'm just reacquainting myself a little bit with some of the disappearances of it. Like most of the recorded ones in the 20th century. I'm not. I don't know. There could be something interesting there.
They say the skeptoids of the Bermuda Triangle will just say that like there actually isn't like anything about the Bermuda Triangle that is like actually unusual, like and that the rates of ship disappearances aren't actually higher than anywhere else in the world that's like similar, like any similar triangle of the ocean. That I feel like I don't necessarily have like the knowledge of oceanographic disaster disappearances adequate to like counter that, because I guess maybe there are those out there who might. Maybe we should do an episode. We could do a deep dive to see if there is anything to the Bermuda Triangle, but.
I'm a little bit intrigued by the Atlantis theory that like Atlantis is beneath it and maybe some old like technology that causes like gravitational
like there's like magnetic a rock
disturbances
on like a death ray button like underneath there and it's like firing like invisible like,
some old anti-aircraft countermeasure technology is like emanating, which makes your compass spin around. If there is some lore on that, I'd be interested to dive into it.
I'm sure there is some lore on that. I'm sure there's some lore around Atlantis. Atlantis is interesting because on one hand, I almost feel like Atlantis is just like the idea of Atlantis is just the the Americas basically, like not the United States, the Americas, like the idea that there's another continent like out there, like in the like Atlantic direction,
Sure.
It's like, but I mean, there's that's fair. I mean,
Atlantis, it's the idea that it was wiped out. It's a civilization. It doesn't even have the ruins that like Greece
Lemuria,
or Egypt has.
It could be Mu.
Yeah.
It could be anything like that. Yeah, right. Of course.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that. I can't say for sure. It depends on what we can dig up by the Bermuda Triangle. I feel like it's potentially something interesting to dive.
Well, I definitely think that like
but...
mysterious appearances at sea are interesting, but I feel like you'd have to like go through like. I almost do tend to think that there are probably a lot of like Bermuda Triangle ones that are like, not interesting. And for every one that is interesting, there would be one that would be equally like interesting, not from the Bermuda Triangle,
for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
So,
I agree. So we'll see about that.
Yeah, I don't know. But
it's generally on the it's higher on the top of my pyramid, closer to seek help. Just kidding. Not really. It's a pretty benign theory. But in terms of the stock and importance I place in it, I think there are like weird or anomalous things that have happened around the world that might have to do with like aircraft or ships.
There's a triangle around where I live called the Bridgewater Triangle as well. Like there's all which is like a area of weird paranormal activity.
Is that where the Perfect Storm occurred? That movie,
Perfect Storm.
It was like a bunch of Boston guys or something. Like it was a bunch of like massholes.
Well, I feel like that probably was near the ocean, whereas the Bridgewater Triangle is like inland, kind of.
Oh, and, okay, interesting.
I remember there's like one story. This is not to do with the Bermuda Triangle. This is completely out of left field. But there's like one story of a guy who saw like a little tiny creature that was just saying like, "Iwan-chu, Iwan-chu" to him, and he like went home and he was like puzzling like, what did that creature mean? Iwan-chu, what does it mean? And then he realized it was saying like I want you, like, and he was like, no, like.
Or what about he wants you?
No,
very much like
I
think he would like this, like that kind of thing. He.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
I will follow
There's something
him.
he'll like. Yeah. Exactly. So.
Yikes.
And there's like weird standing stones around there and stuff. So I don't know. People are all about like these triangles, but I don't know. Like I guess. Yeah, I mean, but it is interesting, his question, like, about why people lost interest in it. Like, why do people not, like, because it was a big thing in the 90s, it's true.
It might be a GPS thing, like taking the mystification out of almost all things, with the rare exceptions like MH370, which, by the way, what the fuck ever happened at that point? That would be an episode. I feel like the Diego Garcia theories, like I'm fascinated with like Diego Garcia as like a hub of like evil activity or something, like that. Like I could go all day on like MH370 because that is still like in our era of GPS, it's probably the only one I can think of that we like it disappeared. I mean, talk about Dracularity. Like,
yeah, it
they
does
only
have,
have theories.
Yeah, I read a very, very like chilling, scary, disturbing article about like Malaysian. It wasn't like paranormal or anything to do with like Atlantis or whatever, but like it it was just about like the speculation that it was just a pilot, like that he had like personal problems and like he committed suicide. But the description of the flight, like what happened was like so like disturbing. It just like he basically do
you buy it?
Yeah.
Do you buy the theory?
I don't really know. It seemed like relatively plausible because what they found on his, like he would play a lot of time in a flight simulator, and they found, I mean, maybe they planted it, maybe it was a cover up, but they found on his computer like a simulation basically of the flight just like going on like over the Atlantic Ocean, like or maybe the Pacific Ocean, where I don't know.
Yeah, the South Pacific, I think. Yeah.
So
what, until it ran out of fuel?
Yeah, basically that he just went into, or maybe he eventually did a nosedive. That was their speculation. But yeah, he just like sort of flew it, like and yeah, he like killed everybody on board basically, like depressurized the cabin, like so that they would like kind of like pass out and then die. It was like very, hold on, let me see if I can actually find it. It's I'm just gonna try to find it because since I've been talking about it, persistence of conspiracy, maybe. I found it. It was an Atlantic article, so you can take it with a grain of salt here. But this is what they said. So, in truth, a lot, again, to grain of salt, I think this is a very, this is a spooky theory in and of itself, the way that they describe it. So, I wouldn't put it in the same category of those other debunkers, but it does have a bit of a debunking tone. This is not about the Bermuda Triangle, but whatever. We're talking about it, so when we mention something, I feel like, I gotta...
all right. Let's hear it.
A lot can be known with certainty about the fate of MH370. First, this appearance was an intentional act. It is inconceivable that the known flight path, accompanied by radio and electronic silence, was caused by any combination of system failure and human error. Computer glitch, control system collapse, squall lines, ice, lightning strike, bird strike, meteorite, volcanic ash, mechanical failure, sensor failure, instrument failure, radio failure, electrical failure, fire, smoke, explosive decompression, cargo explosion, pilot confusion, medical emergency, bomb, war, or act of God. None of these can explain the flight path. I mean, God could have done it, but I don't see why he would. Second, despite theories to the contrary, control of the plane was not seized remotely from within the electrical equipment bay, a space under the forward galley. Pages could be spent explaining why. Control was seized from within the cockpit. This happened in the 20-minute period from 1:01 a.m. when the airplane leveled at 35,000 feet to 1:21 a.m. when it disappeared from secondary radar. During that same period, the airplane's automatic condition reporting system transmitted its regular 30-minute update via satellite to the airline's maintenance department. It reported fuel level, altitude, speed, and geographic position and indicated no anomalies. Its transmission meant that the airplane's satellite communication system was functioning at that moment. By the time the airplane dropped from the view of secondary, transponder-enhanced radar, it is likely, given the implausibility of two pilots acting in concert, that one of them was incapacitated or dead or had been locked out of the cockpit. Primary radar records, both military and civilian, later indicated that whoever was flying MH370 must have switched off the autopilot because a turn the airplane then made to the southwest was so tight that it had to have flown by hand. Circumstances suggest that whoever was at the controls deliberately depressurized the airplane. At about the same time, much if not all the electrical system was deliberately shut down. The reasons for that shutdown are not known, but one of its effects was to temporarily sever the satellite link. An electrical engineer in Boulder, Colorado, named Mike Exner, who was a prominent member of the independent group, has studied the radar data extensively. He believes that during the turn, the airplane climbed to 40,000 feet, which was close to its limit. During the maneuver, the passengers would have experienced some G-forces, that feeling of being suddenly pressed back into the seat. Exner believes the reason for the climb was to accelerate the effects of depressurizing the airplane, causing the rapid incapacitation and death of everyone in the cabin. The intentional depressurization would have been an obvious way, and probably the only way, to subdue a potentially unruly cabin in an airplane that was going to remain in flight for hours to come. In the cabin, the effect would have gone unnoticed but for the sudden appearance of the drop-down oxygen mask and perhaps the cabin crew's use of the few portable units of similar design. None of those cabin masks was intended for more than about 15 minutes of use during emergency descents to altitudes below 13,000 feet. They would have been of no value at all cruising at 40,000 feet. The cabin occupants would have become incapacitated within a couple of minutes, lost consciousness, and gently died without any choking or gasping for air. The scene would have been dimly lit by the emergency lights, with the dead belted into their seats, their faces nestled in the worthless oxygen mask dangling on tubes from the ceiling.
Ugh. Yeah.
Horrifying.
I mean, that's creepy.
Yeah.
That's creepy.
Yeah.
Is it as creepy as getting remotely hijacked and flown to Diego Garcia, where like Blackwater mercenaries like kill everybody on board?
But why? Wait, what's that theory?
We'll save that for another day. We'll save that for another day because I mean that's just in terms of the Dracularity of it. There are other theories about what happened. And none of which really...
yeah, I did hear a friend's, I think a mutual friend's uncle or something floated the theory that like it was hijacked by Pakistan, like and kept in like a hangar to then be used as like a 9/11 type weapon against Israel.
Yes, there are a lot of there are a lot of wild hot takes like that basically around it, and I think it would be interesting to, like, as we've done with so many other things, to at least like explore them, give them their day in court, and see, you know, the kind of things, because it did happen in like a weird period, you know, of kind of late Obama, was like 2013 or 2014, and like it was like right before Trump, and it was spooky, and you know everything wasn't like gone, like crammed into like the Russiagate QAnon binary that like we have today. So I don't know, it could be interesting, but anyways, that is not about the Bermuda Triangle, so I guess we can we can move on.
You know, maybe they flew to the Bermuda Triangle and that's why it disappeared. You know, maybe they made it there. Maybe there was a time warp. I don't know. It's a disappearance, you know, it's in the same vein. Anyway, like,
I regret
but
not
I don't,
bringing
yeah,
up
all right, I guess I just don't know. It is curious. I do wonder why people stop talking about that. All right, we're going to move on to 8. We're in the interest of time. We're going to move on to 8.
It's because an orange man showed up. That's why.
Orange Man. Yeah. The orange man destroyed it. Yeah, exactly.
Take a seat. Right over there, sat on the stairs, stay or leave. The cabinets are bare and I'm unaware of just how we got into this mess. Got so aggressive, I know we meant all good intentions. So pull me closer, why don't you pull me close? Why don't you come on over, I can't just let you go. Oh baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle. Baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle. Oh, take a step back for a minute into the kitchen, floors are wet and taps are still running, dishes are broken. How did we get into this mess? Got so aggressive, I know we meant all good intentions. So pull me closer, why don't you pull me close? Why don't you come on over, I can't just let you go. Oh baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle. Looking at you, I can't lie.
I'm pretty excited about this question. This is from Zizix. And Zizix asks, this question might sound vague, but what happened to pop music? I define pop music as, quote, the music you hear when you're out and about in daytime public places. Everyone knows what 80s pop music sounded like, and then the 90s was grunge and R&B and some teen ensembles and Dave Matthews-ish stuff, and the 2000s was a combo of boy bands, Eminem, and a lot of up-tempo R&B that could either be club or radio music, like Usher. But then starting in the mid-2010s, and ever since, there's been this strange, frenetic pop music playing everywhere that all sounds like the singer, they usually have some sort of androgynous voice that could be female or a higher-pitched male, is having a low-key, barely managemental breakdown about a relationship. The lyrics are almost universally about someone sort of losing it, falling apart, etc., and the music matches this vibe. In the absence of MTV, I have no idea who these artists are, if they're one-hit wonders or what, but the music all sounds really similar. It's not really rock and roll, and it's not hip-hop or R&B. It sounds mostly synthesized without any rough-edged guitars or beats. Whenever I hear these songs now, I call them MK music because I don't know what else to call them. Another distinguishing thing about these songs to me is that they aren't really catchy in the way that pop songs used to be catchy. Instead of hooks, they have these sort of ascending, descending crescendos where the singer gets increasingly frenetic / upset and then breaks into a new chorus. And then I believe Zizix included an example of this, which was the song The Middle from 2018 by Zed with 2 Ds and 2 other artists whose name I forget. And I feel like if anybody's, spent any time at a CVS or a Rite Aid or a supermarket or Target or something, you probably couldn't escape this horrible song. Are you familiar with it?
No, I don't think so. Maybe I am. What was it?
Let me send it to you. Let me just send it to you right now, so you can it can be inflicted upon you. Because
okay.
I think it actually is. Zizix provided a very good example of like this type of music, which I have noticed as well. For a number of years, I actually had a name for it too. I called it CVS music, basically, because it was the kind of music that you would hear. I definitely have been in a fair
amount of CVS, so maybe I have heard it. Okay, I'm looking at it now.
Check it out. I put it in the I put it in the chat of the Ennui chat, so you could see it.
Oh, right.
You might have to copy and paste it.
All right.
Yeah, it's a little keyboard icon.
I see. All right. Yeah, here we go. Wow, there's a chat on OnWeCaster. We're discovering new things every day. All right.
Yeah, right.
Really
I never use it, but
okay.
I think there is something about it, and I actually I found an article from an unlikely source that I think can jump out, because I think there's a lot going on here, but I think there has been this like flattening new genre, largely spearheaded by producers who I both like pretty much despise, Dr. Luke and Diplo. People have heard me talk shit on the Grotto about Diplo before, and Dr. Luke obviously has a pretty long track record now of like abuse and things like that from artists like Kesha, but they were really responsible for almost like the majority of these types of pop songs over the last 10 years. But I found an interesting article, because I think it could help flesh us out a little bit, from the imaginativeconservative.org from 2019 called Why Pop Music. Yeah, it is. It's, this is a conservative who believes in the imagination.
This is like Vigilant Citizens, more mild-mannered counterpart, the imaginative conservative. Okay.
Yes, exactly. This is like the weekly standard to like SK Bain kind of thing. But no, I think they bring up some interesting points that could shed some like scientific light on kind of what's going on with music right now. So they start out, and I think we'll give him a chance. We'll give John Henson here a chance. Today's pop music is designed to sell, not inspire. Today's pop artist is often more concerned with producing something familiar to mass audience, increasing the likelihood of commercial success, with less temporal variety and the same combination of keyboard, drum machine, and computer software. And with only 2 songwriters writing much of what we hear, is it any wonder that most pop music sounds the same? So he talks about how he learned to read music, and he played in like a state jazz band or something growing up, and how important it was to, like, if you're playing jazz, to like learn some music theory and be able to like read music off a sheet. and whatnot, and how important that was. But I guess musical literacy in that sense has been basically plummeting over the last like 20 or 30 years, along with like music programs in public schools. And so the literacy rate now, I believe, is 50% cannot. No, only 10% of the population can read music reasonably well. And so they go on to say, it's actually, for conservative, not bad. Two primary sources for learning to read music are school programs and at-home piano lessons. Public school music programs have been in decline since the 80s, often with school administrations blaming budget cuts or needing to spend money on competing extracurricular programs. Prior to the 80s, it was common for homes to have a piano, with children taking piano lessons. Even home architecture incorporated what was referred to as a piano window in the living room, which was positioned above an upright piano to help illuminate the music. And besides the decline of music literacy and participation, this is where he goes like a little LaRouche, I think in a good way. There's also been a decline in the quality of music, which has been proven scientifically by Joan Serra, a postdoctoral scholar at the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute of the Spanish National Research Council in Barcelona. Joan and his colleagues, or maybe it's Juan, I don't know, maybe it's a typo. But anyways, Serra and his colleagues looked at 500,000 pieces of music between 1955 and 2010, running songs through a complex set of algorithms examining three aspects of those songs. 1, timbre, sound color, texture, and tone quality. 2, pitch, harmonic content of the piece, including its chords, melody, and tonal arrangements. And 3, loudness, volume variance, adding richness and depth. The results of the study showed that timbral variety went down over time, meaning songs are becoming more homogeneous. Translation: most pop music now sounds the same. Timbral quality peaked in the 60s and has since dropped steadily with less diversity of instruments and recording techniques. Today's pop music is largely the same, with a combination of keyboard, drum machine, and computer software, greatly diminishing the creativity and originality. Pitch has also decreased, with the number of chords and different melodies declining. Pitch content has also decreased, with the number of chords and different melodies declining as musicians today are less adventurous in moving from one chord or note to another, opting for well-trod paths by their predecessors. Loudness was found to have increased by about 1 decibel every 8 years. Music loudness has been manipulated by the use of compression. Compression boosts the volume of the quietest parts of the song so they match the loudest parts, reducing dynamic range. With everything now loud, it gives music a muddled sound, as everything has less punch and vibrancy due to compression. In an interview, Billy Joel was asked what has made him a standout. He responded, his ability to read and compose music made him unique in the music industry, which, as he explained, was troubling for the industry when being musically illiterate makes you stand out. An astonishing amount of today's popular music is written by 2 people: Lukas Gottwald of the United States, Dr. Luke, and Max Martin from Sweden, who are both responsible for dozens of songs in the top 100 charts. You can credit Max and Dr. Luke for most of the hits of these stars, and here's where I think it lines up with what Zizix is saying: Katy Perry, Britney Spears, Kelly Clarkson, Taylor Swift, Jessie J, Kesha, Miley Cyrus, Avril Lavigne, Maroon 5, Tayo Cruz, Ellie Goulding, NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Ariana Grande, Justin Timberlake, Nicki Minaj, Celine Dion, Bon Jovi, Usher, Adam Lambert, Justin Bieber, Domino, Pink, Pitbull, One Direction, Flo Rida, Paris Hilton, The Veronicas, R. Kelly, and Zebrahead. With only 2 people writing much of what we hear, is it any wonder music sounds the same, using the same hooks, riffs, and electronic drum effects? Lyrical intelligence was also studied by Serra over the last 10 years using several metrics, such as Flesch-Kincaid Readability Index, which reflects how difficult a piece of text is to understand and the quality of the writing. Results showed lyric intelligence has dropped by a full grade, with lyrics getting shorter, tending to repeat the same words more often. Artists that write the entirety of their own songs are very rare today. When artists like Taylor Swift claim they write their own music, it is partially true. Sorry, this is going to trigger you. Insofar.
Yeah, I'm actually reading this right now, and he is not correct. He is not correct.
Okay, chill. Okay. When artists like Taylor Swift claim they write their own music, it is partially true insofar as she writes her own lyrics about her latest boyfriend breakup, but she cannot read music and lacks the ability to compose what she plays. Don't attack me, Tay-Tay fans.
Taylor Swift is the only writer on Speak Now, an entire album of her own music. Also,
she does,
like
write her own lyrics, yeah.
And she writes her own music. Well, some of it. Like, you know, it is
Some
true
of
she
it.
uses collaborators. And she
does collaborate. She is a collaborator.
She did use Max Martin on her two worst albums, 1989 and what's it called? Reputation.
Yeah, when she tried to go more pop, right?
Yeah. But, you know, Jack Antonoff is also fucking annoying, but
yes, he
less
is. Oh,
bad
he's
than
another
Clark.
one. I mean, but though he kind of like straddles that like pop, like you wouldn't even call it indie anymore, but it's like kind of a little more
exactly.
like analog,
what
I guess.
What I think is, you know, a critique you can make of Taylor is the idea of, like, folklore, like, you know, her new album, and Evermore, for instance, like, you know, her new sort of dual albums that are, like, in terms of the homogeny of music, like, you know, they're definitely way better, like, than what she did, like, in a more pop vein, you know, although they are still, like, you know, they have substantial collaborations with, like, Aaron Dessner, for instance, is kind of like her new big collaborator, but like the idea that that's like folk music and not also pop music, like I don't know if that's even what she claimed, but like that kind of like, yeah, it is very much a Jack Antonoff kind of style of like quote unquote indie, but like it's not indie in any way.
And that, you know what, that also I feel like even though it's a different kind of sub style of its own, that also burst on the scene and started like worming its way into people's ears everywhere you went around like 2009 2010 of like I'm thinking of like all those bands of dudes who like wore like dressed like they were from like the 1910s and wore like suspenders and like and all their like would play it, you know, like Bonnaroo and Coachella, and all their like choruses are just like oh, you know, like that kind of thing, and like hey, you know, and like clapping and shit, and like playing old instruments, like just that. That's like
very
that
Jack
really
Antonoff. And one of the worst aspects of 1989, where you have that horrible song "Out of the Woods," it's very much on. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly. So that I've considered that a cancer for a long time. What was it, Mumford and Sons? They were a cursed band that kind of pioneered that, and then it spread, and now it's on like every commercial for anything where it just wants to give you this like sweeping sense of like kind of desperation, but like soaring kind of hope, and like it's just so manufactured and like fucking lame. I hate it.
Yes.
It's kind of a companion to like what Zizix is talking about with this frenetic prop music. Did you listen to that song, the Zed song, yet?
Yes, I did listen to it. It's interesting because I really
have you heard that chorus?
When I first was listening to it, I was like, I have no idea what the fuck this is. When I heard the chorus, then I was like, yes, I've heard this a million times. Baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle?
And then especially Diplo pioneered, like, I don't know why it fucking pisses me off so much, but like that kind of sort of vocal like digitized artifact where she goes like why don't you just meet me in the middle, and then it goes like it does that, like I'm like, and it's just like really fucking annoying. It's in every single song Diplo produces. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, it's a stupid, dumb artifact. I don't know why it has to be in every single song. It's like a cheap signature. It's lame. And that chorus is like one of those things where, you know, it is like Zizek said, that it's like somebody like approaching, like it's frenetic and like manic, and they're kind of having like a breakdown. And like also a lot of this music, I feel like as it's gotten more licensed in all kinds of advertising, I mean, this has always kind of been a thing, but I feel like people, maybe it's part of like the collapse of the traditional aspects of the music industry, or the consolidation of it, like touring and making albums and stuff, like there just isn't the same economic kind of framework anymore in this like digital age. So really where the money is at, from what I've heard, is like in licensing your songs for commercials. And so like a lot of indie bands like kind of like went, and of course a lot of boomer musicians, you know, basically did this starting back in the 90s. But now that's really like getting your song on like a Netflix show or something is considered to be like a way to make real money. So I even would postulate that, especially where these people are getting like, it's like basically they have the equivalent of the Wrecking Crew nowadays, except instead of being like really talented jazz musicians, they're just like electronic producers basically that, you know, and engineers and stuff like that. And the lyricists, like, same thing. Like, they're not writing like really clever, beautiful songs and getting like a good singer to sing it. I wouldn't be surprised if like the influence of, we want to write this so it has a kind of vague sensibility that could apply to any number of advertisements or be used in any kind of TV show, like keeping all the options open, which means like whittling it down to like the most basic denominator of like eliciting an emotional response. And like that's it. So I think it's like really pervading in a way.
Definitely true.
Yeah, like everything's like subliminally a jingle for a product or a service.
Yeah, I think that's especially true of a lot of pop music. I mean, well, you know, what I will say, for one, you know, Taylor definitely has the ability to compose what she sings. You know,
Taylor. I know. I'll give you that. I'll give you that because she's greatly influenced by the Eagles, and they were all multi-instrumentalists who wrote all their own music. And so I think the country, at least the country side of her Eagles t-shirt. Yeah, exactly.
Well, pop country is another. But like, what I will say is like how, you know, to offer like a counterpoint to the imaginative conservative narrative, even though I think that a lot of what you're saying is true, and a lot of it, you know, it does apply to the Queen Taylor, but you know, was that not true of like the Doors, that they like can't compose, you know, like of all these musicians of the past, that like these pop musicians, like
that's a good point. That's a really good point. They can't
compose like what they play, like, you know.
Yes, I guess what the difference is, and I hate to be that guy, but you know, the facts apparently bear this out, that like timbral variety peaked in the 1960s. Which means even though you had bands like the Doors that were kind of a Potemkin band in a way, that weren't actually maybe playing all the music on their albums or maybe not even writing the lyrics, you had a band like the Wrecking Crew that was like very musically sophisticated and was playing analog instruments and like very complex sometimes. I mean, if you listen to something like Pet Sounds, like very complex like symphonic arrangements that were, you know, we were heading towards more complexity and so on. And then if you listen to like a lot of the records of the 70s, kind of like the late analog golden age, the I would say probably the timbral variety and just everything else of just, you know, these the taking into account like making the sound as beautiful and like deep and engrossing as possible seemed to be more the order. And then with the rise of electronics, I remember listening to an interview with Ariel Pink, canceled bad boy Ariel Pink many years ago, and like he went on like a really extreme rant against, I guess, the guy who was in the Eurythmics with Annie Lennox. And I guess this guy, after the Eurythmics, Dave Stewart, he said, I hadn't really like checked up on this, but basically Dave Stewart kind of like after the early 80s like went to LA or whatever, and he started producing like every single artist. And it was, you know, if you ever heard a Eurythmics song, it's like synth pop, right? And like it's cool for them, but I guess like what Ariel Pink was like super angry about was that he basically forced everybody into like this flattened like synthesizer box. And like he was a person that really pushed this like hyper standardization of pop to sound like quote unquote 80s music, which is still in a way like better than what we have today. Like today it feels even more degraded, but maybe that's really when like a turning point happened. So I think there's a lot to it.
Interesting stat thing. I was just trying to look up what timbral variety even like is and understand this stat. And I found another interesting, like, sort of study about change in pop music over time from an article called Tuning into Psychological Change, Linguistic Markers of Psychological Traits and Emotions Over Time in Popular U.S. Song Lyrics. This is the abstract, you know. I'll try to actually get the thing. But it says, American culture is filled with cultural products. Yet few studies have investigated how changes in cultural products correspond to changes in psychological traits and emotions. The current research fills this gap by testing the hypothesis that one cultural product, word use in popular song lyrics, changes over time in harmony with cultural changes in individualistic traits. Linguistic analysis of the most popular songs from 1980 to 2007 demonstrated changes in word use that mirror psychological change. Over time, use of words related to self-focus and antisocial behavior increased, whereas words related to other focus, social interactions, and positive emotion decreased. These findings offer novel evidence regarding the need to investigate how changes in the tangible artifacts of the socio-cultural environment can provide a window into understanding cultural changes in psychological processes. So basically, since the 80s, from 1980 to 2007, like, words about, like, self-focus and antisocial behavior increased, whereas words denoting, like, focus on others, socializing,
like, you know, love, like like friendship.
I feel like love is still pretty prominent, but I don't know.
Well, you know, no, I think that's a good point though, because love is still prominent, but instead of you know, I'm pretty like my my GF and I have a real soft spot for like older country music, like Bakersfield Sound stuff, and like Tammy Wynette and like, you know, Tanya Tucker and like, you know, Emmylou Harris and people like that. And like there's a lot of songs. I mean, you're actually kind of surprised, like the territory, or like Dolly Parton, like the territory they're navigating is like often complicated. Like there's a lot of songs about like heartbreak and loss, but there's also a lot of songs that like reify like the power.
That's like a very folk, you know. For instance, there's a song on the most recent Taylor album called "No Body, No Crime," which was supposed to be like her take on a murder ballad. It's the worst murder ballad like ever fucking written. It makes no sense. Like it makes absolutely no fucking sense.
I remember it now. It was pretty funny.
It's terrible.
But like I don't know, comparing the ants, like the difference between like the treatments of love, and I feel like there was so much more complex or whatever, and like complicated and like adult, just in like a basic way. Even like 80s like adult contemporary, like some of the Don Henley solo shit of like, you know, what is that song, like there's a danger in loving somebody too much. Even that song is like so much more artistically like robust and competent and like enduring than any of the shit today, even though like when, you know, we were young we probably thought it was lame, but nowadays it's still about love. But again, Zizix was on point that it's like frenetic. It's all about like breaking up or like being freaked out that like you're gonna be left, or like a kind of like you're not good enough for me, or like you know, it's like all, I don't know, it feels like, you know, like it's all very juvenile, but like in like a weird way. There's just something off and like kind of dark about it, and of course like obviously like antisocial themes in music since 1980, like definitely. I mean, if you just take like rap and like metal and like rock and roll and stuff like that, like it's pretty easy to chart that out. But even like, you know, having like Megan Thee Stallion or something, or like you know, Cardi B or Nicki Minaj, like it's pretty I don't know, like, you know, again, not to be Tipper Gore, but like, would I want like
noir coming in here? Oh, I thought you were,
no, okay, fine. There's other people too. Well, you know, even Kesha for that matter. Like, I felt the same way when Kesha was, or you know, other people. Like, there's plenty of male artists that, you know,
we make the most of the night. We want to die young. The song that had to be pulled under Sandy Hook.
Oh my God, I want to die young. Yeah. And again, you know, all these Illuminati things. So I mean, I think there's some, you know,
Olivia O'Brien, our favorite, driving YouTube pop, trying to break in. You know, with her songs about like wanting to kill her.
Tylenol won't fix me. Let's mix this wigsy.
So pretty.
All the K's when we pronounce the G's.
Don't exist.
She's blowing up now, by the way, because the sad person, like sad wave, is now the dominant thing. Where like Billie Eilish is like getting choked by like off-screen hands, and like her eyes are turning white. She's turning into a devil.
Out on her face.
What the fuck? Like a tarantula crawling out of her mouth. Like, I'm sorry, what the fuck is going on?
That was like all the good girls go to hell, and they're like, what does that mean? And she was like, it just sounded cool. Like, what? Like, stop. Like, like, no. I mean, I've not to be like a fucking get off my lawn reactionary, but like,
I know, you know, just like you know, several years ago when she was like blowing up and becoming famous, I think I've mentioned this before, but for a long time the follower count of people that she followed on Instagram was 666.
No. Well, yeah, I mean, she obviously, like, is kind of in that unknownism. Yeah, exactly. Like, she's definitely in that sort of, like, playing around with that stuff, like,
you know, and, you know, not to, like, totally, like, just, like, bag, like, pile on to, like, some, like, 19-year-old star, but whenever they're, you know, I think that it's actually her brother that produces her music, so he's easier to go after.
Weird thing about her, too, is, like, the sort of, like, sexual attention. Not to, like, I think other people observe it as well. Like, I'm just saying, like...
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, I don't know. Yeah, they come from a kind of, like, strange, like, Irish, like entertainment biz, like, family or something. Like, they grew up in L.A. and, like, I don't know kind of what's up with that. But
no,
I do think...
like,
the
again,
aesthetics
like,
of...
It does, like, when you talk about the stars themselves, it has a sense of, I think what the point you're making is that when you talk about the stars themselves, it has a sense of, like, because they're all young women, and it has a sense of, like, attacking, like, the expression of these young women. But oftentimes, I do think that it can tip an unfairness of just saying that Taylor's incapable of composing music. But, what is fair is to talk about, like, a system that I think has... It's something that is, like, very exploitative towards women, especially young stars. And I think that is something that,
incredibly so.
The haters, like Taylor, she can't do anything right. She's had to fight tooth and nail to survive in that system. And not, obviously, I acknowledge I have bad taste, but I'm just saying it's a brutal world. Like,
the pressures are tremendous and like
spit out. Like what happened to Kesha, not that I think Kesha has written, like, or maybe even has not even written any of her songs. I know I don't know anything about her.
Not those songs. Not like not like the TikTok, and which is funny. She was the first one to like throw like TIK out into like the mainstream. I know it comes from it comes from L. Frank Baum and like the Wizard of Oz, or the Return to Oz book, where I think there's a TikTok man who like can do everything but like feel or something like that. Like we should do an episode on Return to Oz because it's super creepy and like MK. But like I don't know, the TikTok in like 2010. I remember hearing that song and just being like it was grating and kind of like it just
TikTok is a terrible song, but I mean what happened to her like is terrible. Like
absolutely. Well, now I feel bad I feel bad that I had that like reaction like back in 2010 because now I realize like how much Dr. Luke was forcing her to do all of that and then was like fucking with her career. I've heard anecdotal stories about other people that were like Dr. Luke's artists that like if he like spots you, catches you slipping, he'll like lock you in like a inescapable contract. He is kind of like Swan, like basically like he will get control of you and he'll use you for like his ends of like what he'll project his image of what you're supposed to be, which is usually like highly sexualized and like kind of and going towards this like very timbrely decrepit like form of pop music that sucks. So I feel sympathy for anybody that gets like goes into that machine and has to like deal with it, but I think like it's kind of incontrovertible
and it's like a shaitanic seduction where like it's just a system that we've allowed to perpetuate where like it's these prizes so attractive to people and so entrancing and it's held up as a desire, but it seems like really it's quite awful. Like once you're in it, like you can't the only way out is through, I think a lot of the time, or just like, but there's many people have been like, it's it. So I mean, it almost in a way makes sense. Yeah. But I was going to say, it almost makes sense that like its product is like, psychologically, like has a psychologically negative cast to it and like, is, homogenous and soul deadening because like it's not produced by like, a healthy system is produced by like an exploitative and twisted one. I've
said it before. I think music industry even more satanic than Hollywood.
Yeah, it's a tough call, but I could definitely it's hard to say, but I could definitely see your point. I was gonna say that like it kind of reminds me of like it's almost like when they had more timbral variety in the 60s. It's almost like they were like experimenting to like try to hone in on like the ultimate like psyop frequency and like just narrow it down like over the years to finally get to like the one like tone that people
totally. I mean, this is a whole another level. We could talk about 440 hertz and the Nazis all day, but I feel like there had to be something going on in the 60s and 70s because there were great advancements in recording technology and in the style of like engineering music, and it's a bizarre testament that like like you would almost want to take it as like a point of faith or assume that today, with all the technology we have, the incredibly sophisticated technology, like I could produce, you know, hypothetically, I guess, like a professional sounding track like on my laptop. However, the overall quality, it's like everything else in our culture, kind of. It's like somehow the quality has been immensely cheapened by the advancement of technology, and that seems counterintuitive. Like, why shouldn't we be able to make better music easier, like for cheaper and stuff? And then so that introduces the idea of like, okay, there are structural processes going on, like just with the type of technology they're using now. I found another article that like cites the same Spanish study, but is like not conservative, from Stereo Mono Sunday.
Well, I mean, but is it imaginative? Is it imaginative?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know how imaginative it is, but it basically also, it does talk about like the timbre, has been declining since the 1960s. So it makes you wonder, aside from just, and like the role of compression and the loudness factor, and all that stuff, you have to wonder, like, were there other things at play besides just like, oh, this is the most efficient way? It can't be. I know for a fact, I heard a little while ago, I forget the name of the program, but I think it was maybe through like Sirius XM, or maybe it was through Clear Channel. I think it was actually through Clear Channel. It was called like the Rising like Star program or something like that. It was basically a thing where they would partner with the record labels, the conglomerates, when they wanted to put a new star out, and they were able to basically like scientifically like flood the airwaves with a pop song, with the right kind of pop song, and they were able to identify like the amount of times they would need to play it per week for it to get like stuck in your brain. like literally, that's kind of what they were talking about, was like, how do you make a song to where it gets like stuck in your head? And it's like, well, you have to play it like you have to play it, you know, 3 times an hour or something for like 3 weeks straight on like every single station. So in a way, they're almost able to take this like very generic, not very good music, and just by sheer force of will and using like algorithms and saturating the airwaves with it, they're able to like make it a hit through ubiquity, which is like disgusting.
Which is weird, though,
you know?
because if they can make like, you know, if the
why not make
like,
good music? Right?
But why not make at least more shitty music? Because you would think that like they would. I mean, I know it all sounds the same, so maybe it all blurs together. But I feel like they're just always playing the same shit like that. Like, why don't you just make? Like, I've heard that a billion times. Like, so
Like, well, and that's the other thing.
It's identical to so many other songs. Just like, you know, why not? You know, just have another like, you know,
right?
Like,
well, that also makes me wonder about things are so much more balkanized now, where it's like we don't all have like the same TV show everybody watches, or like the same recording artist might not be like there might be very few that like everybody listens to. It's much more like, you know, like stovepiped and stuff. So maybe the way it's like they want to build something approaching like a common pop culture, but they want to use it with the most shitty, empty, like satanic crap music ever, so that everyone like coheres around that music. And like, I guess, like, I don't know, I feel like it's vampiric, it sucks, like it drains your soul energy, it like lowers your vibrational frequency, it calcifies your pineal gland. What
is the middle about? Like, what is like the song about? It's like, okay, let's see. Take a seat right there.
Let's do you want to do a deep reading of it? Okay.
Stay or leave. The cabinets are bare, and I'm aware of just how we got into this mess. Got so aggressive. I know we meant all good intentions. I also just hate it in songs where, like, you know, there's many examples of this in all sorts of songs, but I just hate it when, like, you know, they just like things say like, I know we meant like I meant intentions, like you intended intentions, like what?
It
like,
kind of insults me just in general. Like if you're a songwriter, like what does that mean?
Yeah,
like,
there was just as a digression,
not good
but
English.
The same topic of pop music. There was a song that recently was forced on all of us. Was the song "Driver's License"? Maybe you encountered that. You know, like
oh yeah, I did. Like, I did. Yeah.
And, you know, she was being called the new Taylor, so I looked into that out of curiosity, you know, but of course, like, you know, it was pretty hard to avoid. But not in that song, but it was actually part of, like, a feud, like, obviously, like, a fabricated thing where it was, like, a love triangle between, like, these different Disney people, and like that song is by the brunette, but like in the love triangle is also a blonde girl. And there is a song by the blonde girl who was like a rebuttal to that song, and she said something that was like one of the lyrics in that song just drove me insane, because it was like, you can try to get under try to get under my skin, or like, you can't get under my skin while he's on mine. Kind of like saying like, you can't get under my skin while like, I'm with this guy or whatever. But like,
I'm sleeping with your boyfriend.
That's not how grammar works. Like, you can try to get under my skin while he's on mine. Like, that makes no fucking sense. Like, you have to say while he's on it. Like, because like, if you try to get under your skin while he's on mine, that would be okay. But like, that literally is like completely nonsense. Like, you can't say that. Like, I'm sorry. Like, stop.
I mean, of course we want to make songwriting and like lyrical,
and I'm not like
music.
Prescriptivist about grammar or anything.
I know.
Sense.
The use of idioms in songs like is obviously a great thing, but when you're saying things like that, or like, I know we meant all good intentions, it's kind of like, that's not like a phrase people say. It's just random.
It's just like and it's just like all like, obviously like, like the idea is there, but like the thought to like develop it isn't put in. Like, the idea of the rhyme or whatever, like the rhyme between, I don't know what the rhyme is with intentions in this line. Maybe with
it's like aggressive and like intentions. I think
exactly.
It's like that's not even
like the brain is alive.
Alive. Sia is another great example.
Yeah.
I think we talked in the questions sub chat a little bit about Sia, who I feel like was also a huge like booster of this type of sound, and is now in like a super group called LSD with Diplo. So cool. And making problematic like musicals about kids with autism.
I read about Sia is that she adopted like a child like that she saw in an HBO documentary about orphans. And like I read a crazy article about her, how like the she met the kid, and he was like he was like 16 or something, and he met the kid, and she was like, I want to adopt you, and he was like, oh well, can my cousin come? And she was like, yeah, I can't separate you from your cousin. And it was obviously just like his friend, so like he ended up like so she just adopted these like two friends, like so now like Rachel Dolezal is the mother of two black sons, but it's like a very bizarre thing to like see a documentary on HBO and be like, I must adopt this child. But I guess like, if you're gonna get adopted by anyone after being an orphan for 16 years or even 18 years, like, I guess it's good for it to be like a billionaire, like, or millionaire like Sia.
I just find her whole aesthetic, her vocal like style is like grating and weird, and like there's such a depressing vibe. The fact that she uses like a 12-year-old kid and has her like mud wrestle with like Shia LaBeouf inside of a cage, like there's so many weird MK things. Again, like she always has her like altar like basically getting like attacked by like demonically possessed dancers. There's a specific choreographer that does the choreography for a lot of these types of songs in their music videos, where like his specialty is a kind of almost like mimicking a demonic possession. Like you can kind of see it in all her videos, and it's considered clearly like in the 2010s it was considered very like cool and edgy and like wow, like, but I've always found it like sus and weird. Like I just don't like, given like the downer notes of the songs and like the weird kind of like abuse allusions that are all over it, but not in like a real genuine way. It's like just very bizarre. I also noticed that like when you really, I feel like these lyrics can kind of like put a spell over you, because when I'm looking at the middle, just break this down, like the actual there's kind of a tonal disconnect, I think, with like the vibe of the song and the melody and everything, and like what the lyrics are saying. So basically the lyrics are like, take a seat right over there, sat on the stairs, stay or leave. The cabinets are bare, and I'm unaware of just how we got into this mess. Got so aggressive. I know we meant all good intentions. So pull me closer. Why don't you pull me close? Why don't you come on over? I can't just let you go. Oh baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? And then blah blah. And then the second verse, oh, take a step back for a minute into the kitchen. Floors are wet and taps are still running. Dishes are broken. How did we get into this mess? Got so aggressive. I know we meant all good intentions. And then the chorus
you're right.
again.
The song is about like
domestic violence basically. Yeah, and like looking at you.
She's like saying like, why don't you just like, you know, can't we just compromise? Like, you know, can't you just meet me in the middle? Yeah.
And also the bridge here, because we're doing a classic pop structure here, you know, verse, chorus, bridge, whatever. Looking at you, I can't lie, just pouring out admission, regardless of my objection, and it's not about my pride. I need you on my skin. Just come over, pull me in, and then the chorus again, and then it's over. So like, yeah, this is like breaking dishes. Like the tap is like running, there's water all over the floor. Like everything's like, oh, we got so aggressive. Like, how'd we get into this mess? We meant well. And like, but
just do your best, do everything you can, and don't you worry what their bitter hearts are gonna say. Don't ignore your friends who tell you to get out of this relationship. It just takes some time. Little girl, you're in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be all right. I don't know. I feel like if you're at the point where like you're breaking China, it's like a bad situation.
Yeah,
just saying, you know, like
no, for sure.
What? Oh, I guess I'm reading different lyrics from a.
No,
different song
that sounded like a different song. Real quick, I was confused. Is that the everything's gonna be all right? Is that Rockabye? You're saying like I don't know.
No, it's from a song called "The Middle" by Jimmy Eat World. When I'm looking at
it just takes some time. Yeah, okay. I played that this morning and like compared the two songs because like my GF like hadn't heard this terrible song, "The Middle," but obviously knew about like Jimmy Eat World, and just comparing those two. I mean, at least Jimmy Eat World song is like a catchy, like you know, pop punk anthem that has like, you know, this like spirit of like teenage excitement at like a first crush and like you know, like I remember when that song came out, it served a purpose, it hit a vibe, you know. But this is like about domestic like violence. Like we're getting a divorce and we're like getting into like a violent fight, like breaking dishes and like destroying our house. But like, why don't you just meet me in the middle? Like, what? Like, this is like dissociated. This is like she's like MK'd or something, and like
God's
is or just.
I know we meant good intentions. What is? Yeah, that's also.
That feels like Crowleyan. That feels fucking Crowley. Yeah. We meant all good intentions.
We meant our will. You know exactly.
Yeah, when we did the ritual like on our personal altar.
Loving under will, and the next thing you know, the slaves shall serve. Apologies to our Thelemite listeners. But
or you know, I don't know. Is she singing to the devil or the djinn that she like sold her soul to for fame and success, and now like her life is falling apart, and like you know, djinn, why don't you meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind. Like you know. How do we get into this mess? I made my intentions good. It's not about my pride. I need you on my skin.
Well,
so it's like, you know,
is like, that is the liminal domain, like the barzakh, you know, like why don't you just meet me like in the space between
in
worlds,
the field beyond good and evil.
Right,
exactly. It's sus.
Like
it's sus.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like I mean, well, you know, you definitely could compare some of that, poetry, which is highly formulaic, like, Islamic poetry, which is highly formulaic. Its meaning and its significations can change, and the form can be applied in different ways. Like, for instance, the idea of love poetry being about, like, a lover versus being about God, you know, the classic thing. But you can see, like, the complexity of the idea of love, you know, as a heuristic that kind of shapes and moves. And I have noticed this thing to do with, you know, not necessarily in this song per se, but with love in general, where like love is, for instance, in movies, love is like really the basic thing, like, you know, the core value that always is upheld, like in a movie, you know, like that's the ultimate morality, like the moral barometer that like or the sort of core like ethical or like moral cosmology that exists, like, you know, the value that is always being upheld is like this sort of broad idea of like love. But it's extremely vague. It doesn't have like any specific like or social dimension, you know, and like I'm sure you could critique other like ideas of love like in the past at various times, but yeah, it is interesting. Like, you know, love is a very powerful concept, but and of course it's good. Like, you know, it's something that is definitely like, you know, it by its very nature, it's like it basically is similar to good, where it's like a kind of dialeilon or like circular definition with like, you know, love.
No, for sure. But I guess, like, you know, this song in a way is about love. But, like, what is it trying to say? I genuinely don't know.
I almost
and, like,
think, like, you know, I definitely am sympathetic to the Shaitanic reading, but another reading, and maybe they aren't mutually exclusive, but, like, I almost feel like it's so lazy that, like, so they just, like, use tropes. Like, oh, people are fighting. One of the tropes of a spat at fighting is like breaking China, you know. So like, let's just put that in. Like, even though, like, there's been so much
it's alluding to some kind of passionate argument, but like you have no idea what it's about or who these people are.
Even, like, going back to like the I love Lucy or whatever, like, you know, that's like a tropic image of like a lover's quarrel. Even though, like, of course, like, if you're actually in a situation like nowadays, like, we understand that you should not be throwing like ceramic plates, like, you know,
or like running, I don't know, stuffing up the sink, like the sink drain, and like flooding it like the wet bandits in Home Alone. Like, what the fuck are they doing in there? You know, there's like water all over the floor. Like, you know, are you like flooding the house on purpose, like destroying it because you didn't get it in the divorce? Like, it's really like dark, and like, and also the melody.
The ritual, you know, they like an illusion pool to, like, you know,
I don't know. And also, if you took out the lyric, if you showed me the lyrics on a piece of paper and then you played me the melody for the song, like, I wouldn't put the two together. Like, it is not the tone of like a marriage is falling apart and there's a lover's quarrel. Like, it's like this chipper, like just sort of very simple, like almost like, I think it might even just be a 3-note, you know. It's like do 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 do, and just that over and over again. Like, there's not even any tonal variation, like, you know, basically. And it just doesn't sound like a song about like lovers like falling apart. It's like it's cheapening this like terrible violent downfall of like a relationship, and like trivializing it by just like, meet me in the middle. Like, I guess it means, you know, I guess maybe we're overthinking it. It's just about, why can't we just compromise and like come together? But like, like, I don't know. There's something off about it. It doesn't emotionally connect with me, and it feels like it's trying to like corrode my soul or something like that. Like, it's deeply empty. And I feel like maybe it's not an accident that it's all empty, because like, why? I don't know. Like, what couldn't they make slightly better music if they're just going to make CVS music? Like, there's all kinds of music you can make, like this pop music, this type of pop, like, doesn't need to exist, basically. You know what I mean? Like, there's all kinds of different styles of music and versions of genres that are like, there's pop versions of every genre. So you can have a catchy song, but it doesn't need to be in this like weird nether region, like the Dr. Luke zone, where it's all just like completely stripped of any like humanity or, you know, timbral diversity.
Yeah. This is an
but that's what they want. That's what they want. LaRouche was kind of right that like rock and roll is the most debased form of music ever.
Yeah.
Actually, no, this is more debased than rock and roll. I think I can say hands down.
Yeah. I mean, what is it? Like, yeah, like what? Yeah, I guess it is pop. It's really hard to say.
It doesn't have a name. It won't categorize itself, which is also sucks. It's like it won't shifty. Cop to being a subgenre. It's just what's most popular, which is completely engineered. It's not like I said earlier with the rising star program or whatever. Like, you know, basically, it like if the proverbial swan like wants you to be the next star, they can brute force it into reality now. So it has nothing to do with really like what's actually the most resonant or catchy or like quote unquote best song. So it's like, it's just lurking out there pretending to be the natural winner of like a meritocratic like marketplace. So that makes it even feel more sinister, because it's like, you shouldn't be the number one song I hear everywhere I fucking go. At least when it was like Adele or something, like Rolling in the Deep years ago, and you did hear it like literally everywhere you went, it was like, well, yeah, but like this is like a good song. Like, you know, it's like not... It's like well produced with like real instruments with like a very talented singer, and it's kind of got a good melody. You know, do you know what I mean? Or maybe a Taylor Swift song might resonate with you as an example a little more, where like it's poppy, but you're like, okay, I can at least get like, there's a craft at work here.
There are awful Taylor Swift songs like Me, You Need to Calm Down. Like the singles sometimes like are the worst ones because those are the ones that are going to be played on the radio actually. You know, so it kind of makes sense. But there are like songs that she did that are just dreadful, but there are also good ones. She, you know, and I think she you know, there's many things about Taylor that stand out, but of course, you know, don't highlight her like uncritically, you know. No, she's not to everyone's taste, nor is she like the most talented musician like in the world. She's just the artist of the decade, you know. But anyway,
fair enough. I think we could probably start to move on.
Yeah, there's one thing that I did find interesting here, which is there's one blog I found where someone is sort of talking about that study, and he kind of brought out, he was trying to kind of say at first that the database that they drew from to determine that the timbral variety, you know, has shrunk since the 60s, that the database is kind of skewed to modern music, so there'd be some selection bias where songs from the 60s, that like lasted or that we remember, those would be the ones that would be, you know, that would stand out. It would have sonic variety.
I see.
But they wrote to the person. But he did write to the sort of researcher, Sarah, and he said the test of time bias might be there, but its influence should be small, according to him, because he said that the patterns and trends still existed over smaller windows of time. Like, music has gotten worse since 1997 to 2007, you know, or less varied in timbre. And the same thing from 60 to 68. So it's really just been this sort of, like, telescope effect. There isn't, like, really, like, you know, a dramatic jump, per se. It's just, like, slowly converging.
Inexorably going down.
Yeah, according to that guy, yeah. There may, you know, maybe there's something in selection bias thing, but I don't know. That is, it does seem like if it's over all that period of time, then, or over this short period of time, then, yeah, I mean, they're narrowing it down to the ultimate, Nazi for Hertz for 38, 32, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like another way to get the result that, like, Lyndon LaRouche claimed that the 440 Hertz was going for, which is just, like, increase anxiety, like, make you feel out of harmony with, like, your body and nature, like, increase people being, like, fucking pissed off at each other.
Yeah, one blessing of COVID is not having to hear pop music like as much, you know, like not
completely
going into, like, you know, wandering around in like open spaces and then getting blasted with like stuff like that, like
yes,
you know,
it's been a blessing.
Like, I mean, we've mostly talked about like the sort of like obnoxious, like sort of like I'm like, you know, need to have like, you know, sex or whatever, like type of like young girl type songs, but there's also like the sort of sad boy song, like I remember there was that one like kind of like British guy song that was like you know, like
Ed Sheeran,
it's over mate, like you need to move on mate, like do you remember this, like
no,
you know, so, like,
you're right, all those British guys, the One Direction people, like they also basically have like the Ed Sheeran is another. Ed Sheeran's the best example, like the male example of like an annoying fucking pop star that came up out of nowhere who's like, I'm in love with your buddy, you know, there's like shut the fuck up.
I was just gonna mention that another awful song that I had to listen to a million times.
It also has that like dun 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 dun, like it's that just like stupid like stabbing synthesizer, like very simple melody just put on loop is basically like every song, and it's like, what are you paying these people for? Like in these studios, like I could do that on GarageBand in like 20 minutes. Like what exactly is like the creative complex process in here besides like you have a ton of professional equipment and can like auto tune it to like a perfect degree, which also does like that that flattens out like the subtleties of the harmonic waves when you apply any kind of autotune to a vocal audio track. So that's another area where it feels, even if it's subtle, because sometimes like ISIS, they put a subtle amount of autotune on it. They don't go full T-Pain. And that is even more insidious in a way, because at least rappers use it consciously, where it's like, I'm just gonna rap with like autotune turned up to 100%, and then like I'm gonna use that as like almost like a vocal instrument in of its own right. It's kind of absurd, and like it, a lot of people have used that to great at like Kanye really did that and everything. But if like the subtle autotune is more insidious, because you're actually listening to like a kind of like deracinated, like flattened sound wave that erases like the almost like subconscious, imperceptible tonalities of the voice, and it into like a fake perfection, a fake idea of perfection, which is kind of literally satanic. Like it's thinking that you can do better than God, basically in crafting sound waves, and you can't. So that's and also I just want to say as the last thing that everybody knows that Baby Queen is the next Taylor Swift. She's the only one I'll ride with. She's the only songwriter who I hope she doesn't sign the Faustian contract, but she has clever songs. And they don't sound like this quite.
Do you remember that other song? That was like pull the sheets right off the corner of the your roommate back in Boulder. Another kind of rhyme between corner and Boulder. We ain't ever getting older. Do you remember that one?
We ain't ever getting older.
Was the only song played. It was like in the backseat of your something.
Are you talking about We Ain't Ever Getting Older by Halsey and Closer featuring Halsey?
Closer by the Chainsmokers.
Yeah. Closer by the Chainsmokers featuring Halsey.
Okay, yes.
She's the one who's saying she has a slightly frustrating like vocal affect that like a lot of artists have now, like like a little like goo-goo aspect to her voice that is like getting popular now. It's like a thing, but I find it to be a little bit overwrought.
Well, the breathy vocals really like.
This song! Oh my god! No, I'm listening to it now. I'm getting triggered. This song is another great example. It's horrible. Where the the post chorus, like. Like, why is that? Doesn't even sound good. Like, who are the fucking Chainsmokers? Like, fuck off. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is like crappy music.
Justice Taylor references the Eagles. They have a little reference to Blink-182 in this song. Stay and play that Blink-182 song that we beat to death in Tucson. Shout out to Stars Academy.
That's okay. That at least like actually rhymes.
Song and Tucson. Yeah, Blink-182 song, Tucson. Yeah, that is a relatively clever.
That's good.
Rhyme.
That's good. Credit where credit's due. Okay.
But at the same time, I think that's for the Blue Beam. Last thing.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear that? This is truly the last thing. Did you ever hear that most unwanted song and most wanted song thing?
No.
It was like some band, artist Komar and Melamid, and composer Dave Soldier. Basically, they like told people about the qualities of music that like annoyed them the most, and they made this song that was like designed to be like the worst song like imaginable.
Wow.
And like
I see this on here.
There's a lot of like children, like it's interminably long, and it's like there's a lot of children singing there's one part where they're like Ramadan, prayer and fasting, or something just like this grating children's choir singing about different holidays. But it's also, maybe this speaks to my horrible taste in music, but it's also kind of the best song. And they made one that was people's favorite qualities in music, like called the most wanted song. That was just like literally like endlessly talking.
I'm kind of listening to it right now. The most unwanted song kind of slaps. Like it's so much better than like any top 40 music.
And the most unwanted song is better than the most wanted song. Because the most wanted song is just like endlessly repeating the word baby and saying like the lyrics are like, oh yeah, every day I think of love and thank the angels from above, they sent you into my world, baby, let me be your girl. Just they say baby all the time. There's one line that's like, Joey was a traveling man on a lane with a face like a baby. Because like They're trying to do like what people say they like,
baby.
yeah, like they want to do like sort of guitar-driven, like male vocalist music, but they just say the word baby endlessly too. Yeah, it's pretty good. Anyway, sorry, we can move on.
That's great. All right. We'll wrap it up there, but that was fun.
Yeah.
I was doing just fine before I met you. I drink too much and that's an issue, but I'm okay. Hey, you tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I hope I never see them again. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city in a broke down car and 4 years no calls. Now you're looking pretty in a hotel bar and I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't ever getting older. We ain't ever getting older. We ain't ever getting older.
Look as good as the day I met you. I forget just why I left you. I was insane. Stay and play that Blink 182 song that we beat to death in Tucson. Okay. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city in a broke down car and 4 years no call. Now I'm looking pretty in a hotel bar and I can't stop. No, I can't stop.
So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't.
Do you want to read number 9?
Yeah. What do you guys think of number stations, especially Cold War era ones? I recently listened to the Comet project all the way through and found them really fascinating and eerily beautiful. And after digging on them, I found some more. I noticed they seem to have real psychological effects on some people that were discussing them, like sort of universal creepiness. It made me wonder if number stations were being used for more than just covert communication. I don't have anything to back it up, though. Do you guys have any takes?
I'm
takes first.
Well, I just want to say right off the bat, I was excited that somebody asked about the Comet project because I stumbled upon it kind of in my early day. I'm thinking like 2014 during my studying like drone warfare and like the war in Syria and like various like CIA, Pentagon things. I stumbled across the Comet project and I found it in my iTunes library. I still have it, and I walked around listening to it like for a while. I found it very like hypnotic and spooky and interesting. I don't know if you've ever heard any of it, but I'm sure you've heard
definitely listened
like
to
number stations,
but I haven't listened to this in particular.
Yeah, I think it's like really fascinating, and I don't know. Yeah, they do have a kind of like hypnotic, like trance quality to them, and I don't know. The question of are they doing more to you than just like transmitting encrypted information? The one thing I could throw out as a potential thing is that I know that there was a classified NSA relay radio station that I believe was involved in like I don't know if it was like a numbers station per se, but I feel like given the overall nature of it that it was that, and this was in Liberia during the Cold War. And it was actually a not insignificant aspect of like the United States foreign policy towards Liberia as a sort of a geopolitical, node point in West Africa during there. And so that was one of the reasons I believe why when the president, William Tolbert, in 1979, who was a little bit frustrated by the lack of U.S. government aid and support for Liberia, began to make certain diplomatic overtures to the Soviet Union and was exploring the possibility of establishing diplomatic relations with the USSR and opening a Soviet embassy in Monrovia. And shortly thereafter, an illiterate army sergeant who was trained by the U.S. military named Samuel Doe took over in like a military coup and had all of the cabinet executed on the beach on like live television, and allegedly ate the heart of William Tolbert and his wife in a shamanic ritual to absorb his powers. So not to go totally off, we'll get back to Liberia one day, but the presence of that number station was considered, and also it was a staging point for like covert ops in Angola during their civil war at this time. So it was an incredibly important like jewel in the sort of African intelligence web for the U.S. Government, and so that's the one thing I know of where, that I know of kind of like a top secret radio relay station kind of played a role, and the U.S. was like very intent on even like a moderately Soviet friendly, regime or whatever in Liberia was like absolutely unacceptable. And that was part of the reason. So I think, and then also, just the crazy dimensions of like the Liberian civil wars that went on after that, though I believe that Charles Taylor's forces destroyed the NSA station after like taking it over. And that might have been a thing that like earned him a little bit of ill will in certain circles of the national security state. But I believe it was out of commission by the mid 90s. But, there's been all kinds of weird allegations of like like MK aspects of warfare in that conflict. Again, I'll get to that at a later day, but that's the only thing I really know about it kind of more in depth.
I wonder if, on one hand, I'm sure that they are used for the purpose of instructing spies, but I wonder if there are also other purposes for them, especially after the phenomenon of people listening to them was understood. Like, on one hand, I wonder if there are number stations. I mean, maybe the Con Ed Project number stations, they've like vetted them to ensure that they, now they're known to have been involved in intelligence. But I wonder if maybe, there would be transmissions that like might have had some different purpose, test something else, or there might even be people who are like doing an art project or something, or some kind, something like that. But like, I mean, the power of numbers and ciphers. I mean, I feel like we talked about this pretty recently, like in our episode on hypnosis, which I think maybe is relevant to the idea that they have some sort of psychological effect on people. The idea of numbers having some kind of, I mean, I definitely agree that number stations are creepy. I just in looking up the Con Ed Project, I found some article that was like, number stations aren't creepy, much like the Dilatov Pass thing of like Dyatlov Pass thing of being they are creepy, like they're like viscerally creepy, like they creep people out because it's like a mechanical far off voice like reading these numbers in like an eerie tone, like so.
Well, just as a little example, because I think they do get perceived as creepy, I found one such example from 2017, and this is a pretty emotionally charged article from the British Express tabloid, and it's titled "North Korea Sends Chilling Coded Radio Messages to South Korea Amid Fears of World War III," and I guess they had stopped for about like 16 years. I believe, they stopped doing number broadcasts for about 16 years, from 2000 to 2016. Then they revived them. And I guess it says, Kim Jong-un's hermit state resumed broadcasting the eerie numbers via its radio station in Pyongyang last June, using them to direct their spies across the border in the south. But the ghostly broadcasts, which are usually broadcast at midnight, which was aired last night for the first time since Moon Jae-in was sworn in as South Korea's new president. The new coded message was read out on Radio Pyongyang at 1:15 a.m. local time by a female announcer. She said she has instructed instructing, quote, number 27 expedition agents to review their foreign language lessons, according to Seoul's Yonhap news agency. The woman then called out a series of numbers, such as number 18 on page 451. Analysts are still divided over what exactly North Korea is using the codes for. And, of course, like espionage experts believe the radio transmissions are designed to give spies secret orders they can translate using a cipher book. And I guess they broadcast as of this, like since they revived it in 2016, 36 different broadcasts. One addressed the 21st Exploration Team and read on page 924, number 49, on page 14, number 76, on page 14, number 37. And I guess that's, so that's like a recent example of them doing it. I also saw, interestingly, that there was a Soviet number station that was being monitored that was discovered throughout the Cold War, and it changed its like regularly scheduled transmission during the August 1991 attempted coup against Gorbachev, and published like a kind of anomalous message, which they you would take that to believe that, okay, like this is either under the control of like the people that did the coup or the people that were trying to stop it, but probably more likely the people that did it because they all came from the military. But so I think that they're pretty fascinating in general and very mysterious.
Definitely. They definitely have a mysterious air around them. I'm sure that like a lot of them are used for like covert communication, but I wouldn't necessarily rule out that they could be used for other purposes, like either like to experiment like with the form or to sort of play around with the phenomenon of public consumption of number stations, or to test certain like tone, because for instance, like during the Cold War period, the idea that like a certain tone of voice could manipulate people, or like subliminal information, like they might just put that in the sus music, but like the sus pop music that we were just discussing, but it might be the number station might be. So I wouldn't rule it out. I don't know of like any documented instance of that, but I wish I did, but I would say that I could see it, especially like with the phenomenon of them being listened to by the public, like well, a lot of people speculated that when the DPRK did it, in 2016 and 2017, that was basically like more about psychological warfare and like psyop basically, which is like intrinsic to a number station. It's like you have no idea whether it's transmitting real information. You don't know what to focus on. Like they could be reading like dummy broadcasts that mean nothing, and then embedded like 1 out of 10 mean something, and you wouldn't really. It's very hard to tell. Okay. Yeah, we might come back because that's a cool like Cold War psyop like numerology. It ties together a lot of things. I think we would have to find a specific angle. Maybe there's a story more about specific number stations or something. We could dive into that. The use of a number station for like a purpose beyond simple covert communication or something. More complex.
That would be fascinating.
The standard explanation. Because if there were any kind of like inkling of, I could definitely see it, but there's nothing I know of that like says more than the standard purpose. I mean, it's basically like at this point admitted that they have that purpose. So if if there's
did some of those mind war ideas that Aquino had about like ultra low frequency waves and stuff, does any of that apply on like a global scale with these number stations? I don't know. But there are some mysteries around them, like who ultimately operates them, who owns them, like how do these things work? I mean, we know like certain things, but okay.
But there's something inherently fascinating about any enigma, especially any coded message. So there definitely is an effect to putting it out there, like, and All right.
Okay. I think we can. Moving along here. We got number 10. We got 3 left. Number 10 from Pooh McDonald. Would be interesting to hear the host's thoughts on Kurt Vonnegut. He checks a lot of spook boxes. Cornell dropout, who after serving in the Army studied anthropology at UChicago, worked for General Electric, where his brother also worked on cloud seeding. Very interesting. Spent some time at the Iowa Writers Workshop, which is now like a confirmed CIA op. That said, he's still one of my favorite authors, and his novels seem generally critical of war and to an extent capital. Also interesting that a big theme of his is that you don't control your own reality / you never quite know who's really in control, which seems very SJ. Yeah, I guess we haven't really brought up like Vonnegut before. I mean, we talked a lot about Pynchon. And they're kind of like somewhat kind of like how DeLillo and Pynchon share some things in common. I think that Vonnegut and Pynchon also share certain commonalities.
They share things in common. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, have you read a lot of Vonnegut?
Yeah, I mean, well, a fair amount. You know, I read the big ones like when I was younger, like Cat's Cradle. You know, I taught pretty recently, like back when I used to teach, like creative writing. I taught and English. You know, I taught what's it called, Slaughterhouse-Five. You know, which is it's a good way to like teach literature. You know, it's a good like sort of accessible, timely book that has like a genre hook, you know. So it's like I see why it's a popular book, like in that context of like teaching English, you know, that people often use. I do, I would not have considered like the spook connection with Kurt Vonnegut without this question. So that's like one thing I'll put out there. But I kind of see it a little bit because like.
Me too.
Pynchon also, Pynchon also was like puffed up. He like hasn't. It's not like he's been like attacked or really or meaningfully. There's also like spooked up aspects to Pynchon for sure.
But like Pynchon draws attention to it in a way that you at least feel you get. I don't know. I at least get the impression, many others do, that he like is privy to something, or he saw something and he didn't like what he saw, and he's like dropping veiled references to it in his books in like a weird like specific kind of coded way, and generally like his overall orientation feels pretty like skeptical of like the military industrial complex that he did kind of openly work for, whereas I feel like Vonnegut, I don't know. I haven't really like. I'm a little bit like you. I read Cat's Cradle in high school. It was like assigned to us, and I remember liking it, and it was good, and I mean, it was a good like the Cold War satire and stuff. But I never really heard as much from him. I mean, he was a much more public figure. He'd like give interviews and stuff, and I'm not sure. I guess he was generally kind of like an anti-war kind of person. His novels kind of reflect that, but there's maybe a little bit more. I don't think people are as aware of his maybe these weird connections. Like, I mean, the Iowa Writers Workshop for one, and then I guess going to UChicago, being in the Army, his brother working on cloud seeding technology, which like reminds me of like the Ice Nine substance in Cat's Cradle a little bit, like, and how it like destroys the whole world. Like, obviously it's kind of a metaphor for like absurdist kind of metaphor for like nuclear weapons as well. And I don't know, he did get a Guggenheim fellowship.
Really what it's like is the gray goo stuff. I don't know if you ever heard about that, but the idea of our favorite topic of the nanites, the idea of these self-replicating nanites will like convert all matter into like some kind of gray paste, like they'll like malfunction somehow, like these sort of self-replicating machines, and they'll consume all matter to just self-replicate themselves and become this blob of nanite apocalypse. The end of Cat's Cradle is like very perhaps prescient of some of the current, I mean, I guess it's been around for a while, but the current sort of the Chomskyan line on the global warming stuff, that like one day the world will just freeze over. Like when you mentioned The Perfect Storm, I thought about The Day After Tomorrow, like that movie where like they're outrunning the ice and everything. Not to say they do that in Cat's Cradle, but like they're outrunning the cold and stuff. But it happens instantly in that book. But anyway, I think like what the only reason why I bring up Pynchon is like just to leaving him aside, like the possible substance of Pynchon. There is like a little bit like Vonnegut's much more accessible, and I think that he's like taught to younger kids, you know, like he like I think he's, you know, even though Pynchon is celebrated, I think Vonnegut is a lot more celebrated and you know, very well known. And I think that, you know, even though Slaughterhouse-Five is definitely anti-war, and that's good, like, but still ultimately, like, you know, the official pose of, like, you know, everyone's anti-war, like, being anti-Vietnam, I guess at the time it had a greater significance. So, you know, because they're, you know, people who, you know, but but
I mean, I think in terms of also like his politics, I do see here that he did say some things that were, I mean, he was pretty down on both like American liberalism and conservatism, and did say some nice things about socialism broadly defined. I guess he said that he thought socialism could provide a valuable substitute for what he saw as social Darwinism and the spirit of survival of the fittest in American society, believing that, quote, socialism would be a good for the common man. I guess he was a big fan of Eugene V. Debs, and he expressed disappointment that communism and socialism seem to be unsavory topics to the average American, and believe that they may offer beneficial substitutes to contemporary social and economic systems. Okay, like that's, you know, but that's chill, like, you know. I think, you know, was he like on Paul Robeson's level? No. Is he even on? It's hard to say like, what level Pynchon is on, but
you know,
I don't know.
Even though Slaughterhouse-Five, I think is definitely like implicitly like, you know, about Vietnam in some ways, like
released in '69
with the, you know, Dresden thing, and like that is something like, of course, like, you know. Yeah, like it does have the sort of, so about the Dresden thing and, like, you know, the horrors of World War II, that's, like, much easier to reflect upon. Like, at the time, it's not, like, quite incisive in the same way, like, you know, so that definitely is something that at the time even, really, like, even though, like, you could read into it, like, you know, and I think that people did read into it, like, at the time, you know, Critique of Vietnam, like, you also could read that out of it easily, you know? So I think it's, like, safe in a way, which, you know, but does that mean that, like, he was an intelligence operative? I don't know, but maybe, like, you know, or, like, you know, to that extent, the way that, like, you know, you might speculate about other artists or something like that, like, you know, I don't know, like, but he was someone who was, like, sponsored, and I think that maybe it's something that has to do with the general thing of the you know, he's safe in a way, you know, the same way that, like, Foucault, like, he's challenges certain structures, but there's something else about him that could be said to be safe in a way, because, like, you know, he's much safer than, like, a doctrinaire Marxist. Not that, like, having a doctrinaire Marxist, not that a doctrinaire Marxist would write a good book, you know, necessarily. Yeah, maybe or a good novel, but,
yeah.
You know, yeah, exactly.
or that it would, like, or that it would somehow, like, you know, bring down, like, the pillars of, like, American power or something, like, you know, if you wrote the right book. But, you know, you don't want to let things like that kind of metastasize that, like, and get out of control.
Expressionism at the time would be is a great, like, you know, representation of American culture in the Cold War climate. Slaughterhouse-Five is an excellent, like, you know, expression of, like, American culture, like, at that time. You know, it's, like, reflective, it's creative, it, like, you know, deals with these, like, complex, like, philosophical ideas about, like, temporality and things like that, you know, but it has, like, a certain national character, like, you know, so you can definitely see, like,
I think actually
promoted, you know.
The fact that he went to the Iowa Writers Workshop, which, like, it'd be great to do a whole kind of dedicated episode one day to, like, the cultural Cold War. I think it was, like, Francis Stoner Saunders wrote a pretty good book about that in the last, like, 10 years. And the Iowa Writers Workshop was, like, a really important node in the cultural Cold War apparatus to promote kind of what you just described, like a kind of creative, dynamic, like, fresh, free, like, libertarian kind of a you know, style of American art, basically, that could compete with, you know, the dead and formulaic you know, styles of socialist realism, like in the Eastern Bloc, as they kind of perceived it or wanted to, you know, cast it. And so the Iowa Writers Workshop, I forget the name of the guy who founded it, but he basically took CIA money through a cutout And he was an Ivy League guy who I think had sort of like pretensions of becoming a poet, in his younger times. I believe, it was Paul Engle. That's what it was. I believe that's what his name was. Yeah, like it says, it doesn't say this on the Wikipedia article, but read between the lines. Engle, under his tenure, which he... so it actually started before in 1936. So maybe didn't start whole cloth, but then it got taken over, and like after World War II, it almost got like enlisted, and that's when the Writers' Workshop became a national landmark. And Engle successfully secured donations for the workshop from the business community for about 20 years, including locals such as Maytag and Quaker Oats, as well as U.S. Steel and Reader's Digest. Between 1953 and 56, the Rockefeller Foundation donated $40,000. Henry Luce, the publisher of Time and Life magazines, and Gardner Coles Jr., who published Look magazine, provided publicity for the workshop's events. And so, like, basically, I think in that book, like about the cultural Cold War, Francis Toner Saunders like digs up a lot of evidence that Paul Engle was basically getting like a bunch of CIA money and kind of guidance, and specifically was kind of like, they were setting this up. They wanted to bring in international students from like global South countries and things like that, and teach them like an American style of literature so they wouldn't be seduced by things like social realism or, blatantly revolutionary things. And that's where they really eventually started like pushing a lot of more like postmodern kind of approaches to writing, and like steering away writers from like being really social, writing like social commentaries and things like that.
It's a strong aspect of like Slaughterhouse-Five, like, really in many ways, like, like So It Goes, it's not like necessarily,
So It Goes, yeah.
It is like a lament in certain ways. It's been a while, honestly, since I have like read the book, but I definitely, have explored it like a fair amount. So like, yeah, it's not necessarily like a call to arms or necessarily, it definitely something that you can contemplate, but it certainly in the way, like, it's not like it's a very
I can't say for sure, but I think as you said, like fitting, like if these people kind of like, this is a kind of like talent farm, right? For literary figures, a lot of famous people went through here, and so like identifying somebody who is kind of critical of like the military industrial complex and like American foreign policy and like American culture and things like that, it only goes to show how like, open you are. Exactly. Like, and as long as he's not like really advocating for, he's kind of swimming around in like murky enough postmodern waters that you're not getting like a call to arms. You're not going to get like, an Uncle Tom's Cabin situation where you get too many people pissed off and fired up. Not to say that novel obviously had a lot of problems, but like, you know what I mean? Like something that has like a really galvanizing effect and like radicalizes people. Like, I think they were on the lookout for shit like that. And would kind of like, there was a very delicate kind of subtle process of like steering people in certain directions. I'm not saying necessarily like Vonnegut got steered in like a shit direction that meant that like his work was like effectively like neutralized or whatever. But like, these are just like the broader dynamics, I think, that were at play during that period, and perhaps in a way that was like imperceptible to him, that he was allowed to rise. His rise, maybe a better way to put it is like his rise was like not prevented, like for a reason.
And it was promoted. He got a Guggenheim Fellowship and stuff. And his book
got to go to Germany.
Slaughterhouse was his big breakthrough. And
weirdly also is
but
a weird thing about Cat's Cradle, which is came out in 1963, is that he wrote it as like his graduate thesis at the University of Chicago when he was getting a master's in anthropology, and he was awarded a master's degree for.
Was different, damn.
Right? I mean, like what? Like you wrote a satirical like apocalypse novel, and like that was your thesis to get I would go to
kind of
grad school
annoyed
if
right
I could just
now,
write a
honestly.
novel. What the fuck? See, that jumps out as a little odd. Like, why would you? What?
Well, I guess
like,
it's
what
not
do you mean?
odd because like the more we read, like when Chomsky's claimed that his advisor never read his dissertation, like or anything that he ever wrote or whatever, those people are like, what do you mean like proof? Like, what do you mean like citing anything? What do you mean replicating a study? Like, or an experiment? Like, I just feel like things have
that's
changed.
a little weird.
Yeah. People say that like wokeness has taken over and like the true standards have like gone away, but I feel like it's,
what were these standards?
Apparently nothing. What the fuck does that have to do with anthropology?
I don't know. I really don't know. It it's just casually mentioned in like the Wikipedia article for the alumni magazine obituary right here at UChicago. Yeah, he was a graduate student in anthropology at UChicago from 1945 from 1947, but left to take a job with the public relations department at General Electric after his first thesis was rejected as, quote, unprofessional. The university later accepted Cat's Cradle as his thesis and awarded him his AM in 1971. He commented to Playboy that, quote, this was not an honorary degree but an earned one, given on the basis of what the faculty committee called the anthropological basis of my novels. I snapped it up most cheerfully, and I continue to have nothing but friendly feelings for the university, which gave me the most stimulating years of my life. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense.
After he became famous, they were like, oh shit, like let's just give him his degree.
And it must have been in 71 after like radicalism, I'm sure like the long march through the institutions had begun, and there were probably some like radical people that were like, you know what, let's show how free we are. Let's give Vonnegut his degree for
Slaughterhouse 5 came
whatever.
out like pretty. Yeah, he was after Slaughterhouse 5 came out, he was like famous. So
that was 2 years after that. So that would make sense.
So
and I guess it was originally. I wonder what his original like thesis was and why it was rejected for being unprofessional.
It probably was Cat's Cradle, and they were just like, oh, let's give this,
maybe, but he wrote it in 1947, I think. So I don't know if he was working on it that early.
I just thought you said that. So I guess
he left. Yeah, so there was a huge gap. He left in 1947 after his thesis was rejected, and he went to work for GE, and then got into writing novels, and went to Iowa and stuff.
That's interesting.
Yeah, way later, almost 23 years later or something. And then they gave it to him
earlier or something. All right, that makes sense.
I guess that makes sense. So I don't know. That's what it is. Okay, I think we can move on from there. Do you want to read number 11?
Sure. I am unsure if this has been answered before in some of the other music episodes, but what are your thoughts on the band Tool and their singer/frontman Maynard James Keenan? Well, as I mentioned before, I was a big Tool fan in high school. I think I actually got into Tool because someone told me that they were similar to Radiohead and being a great live band.
Okay.
They're not similar to Radiohead in any other practical way, but and I actually did see Tool live in high school. I saw them alone. But I had great seats.
Oh, wow.
I think I was supposed to go with my friend, but we had a fight or something. It was some kind of high school drama or something. But for some reason, I think I went alone. So it was not enjoyable. And it was also during it was after they came up with that album 10,000 Days, which wasn't very good. I honestly haven't followed them since that album came out, but in looking them up, I realized that they've only come out with one album since then because they just take so long to make these albums.
Fear
so,
Inoculum from last year.
Yeah, which is just typical Tool because that sounds so cool. That sounds deep. If you're 10, or what, in high school, but then you realize it means nothing. It means almost as little as try to get under my skin while he's on mine.
It is funny. I was not I basically, I think, like I said at the beginning of this, my main association of a memory of Tool is just that creepy claymation video for Sober that was really big in the 90s on MTV. Mm-hmm. And that's a vivid 90s touchstone memory of that video being on all the time. And I guess that song's kind of as far as depressing 90s grunge goes, is pretty good. I actually saw them live as well. I forget what like the festival was called, but it was something in New York in like 2009 or 2010 maybe, and they were like a headliner with like My Bloody Valentine. And I remember kind of taking it as just like, oh, what, like Tool is playing? Like, okay. And like I remember watching that, it was like, okay, yeah, it was like pretty good. I don't really have like a super clear memory of it, but it was like, oh yeah, I guess they're good live and all. But overall, I mean, the thing with I didn't know this until I looked up Maynard James Keenan, but like I didn't realize he had this like weird like West Point like army background.
Well, I don't think he actually ended up going. I think that he was.
No, he declined. Well, I'm getting some. I'm not gonna lie.
Music.
Okay.
Type vibes.
Okay, hold up. Like, I'm getting some Papa John Phillips vibes of like goes to the Naval Academy, just like drops out for no reason, and then goes like gallivanting around the Caribbean and like hangs out in Cuba like right before like the Cuban Revolution, and like, oh, you know, he just dropped out, no big deal. This guy, it's like, okay, he like watched the movie Stripes in 1981 and aspired to join the army, and like wanted to. No, it's terrible. The interesting Stripes
I read
is a
some
psyop.
That was like he thought all wars were like, oh, you know, what war was over and like we were gonna have peace or whatever. I mean, obviously he did, you know, like, some
much
drugs
like
and stuff. Like,
I don't know, like, you know, much like PFC Angel Salazar in De Palma's Redacted, he wanted to get the GI Bill to fund his dream of attending art school. So then he like went into the army and was a forward observer, but then went to West Point Prep School from 83 to 84, which is weird because I guess like that means he like went into the army for like a year or two, and then like did he drop out of high school? No, he says he graduated in 1982, so then I guess he went straight into the army, and then he went to like West Point Prep School, which I guess is maybe it might prep like enlisted people for like getting an appointment to West Point, and he did get an appointment, and which, you know, is no small feat. It takes a bit of work like to get that, and then he just suddenly was like, I want to do a music career. I guess he was disillusioned with his colleagues' values, and because he knew West Point would not tolerate his dissidents. Edgy.
Dissidents in what way?
Right, like I don't know, but being a Satanist,
generic,
like I don't know. Well, if he knew about Aquino, he would know that he'd be welcome in our army, very much so.
I don't
like
really
he
know
could.
What Maynard James Keenan's like beliefs are. I feel like he's like a generic like psychedelic like guy. Like yeah, I remember like I think it was mentioned in the Grotto that he in one of his songs sampled like an old Coast to Coast, taking it full circle back to Coast to Coast.
Oh,
but I remember
okay.
he sampled like some old Coast to Coast recording on like one of his interminably long songs on one of his albums towards the end, or one of Tool's albums, like the one with the guy screaming about how like, you know, people are going to be thought controlled by like well, yeah, like I remember the line, what we're thinking of as aliens are actually extradimensional beings that an earlier predecessor of our space program made contact with.
Okay.
Yeah. But
yeah, I mean,
yeah, so
well,
I feel like
you
he's
know,
like into like, but I don't really know, like, yeah, if he, I don't know, I feel like he might just, I don't know, he might be kind of a stoner who like does, you know,
I would quibble a little bit with his,
like,
yeah, hold on, I would quibble a little bit with the, I would quibble with the description of him as psychedelic. I think he's kind of like nu metal, grunge, like hard rock, like sort of metal.
Well, think about the, like, you know, the covers of like the Tool albums, you know, that's like Alex Grey art, you know, Alex Grey. Yeah, I mean, no, I would say that like there is a psychedelic, you know, maybe not psychedelic rock in like the genre sense, but there definitely is like, you know, a psychedelic aspect of Tool, and like, you know, I think that it is in a way music that like, even though it's not the same stylistically as like, you know, the music that was designed for taking drugs and listening to, you know, in the 60s, for instance, it does, that purpose is one that's very much implied for it. I think.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
there's elements. There's like elements in there.
I mean, trust me, I'm the real Tool fan here. Like, I think I can say, you know, like,
I just see them as such a downer, like post metal kind of like, you know, like they're much more like in that world adjacent to heavy metal than they are to any kind of like hippie kind of thing. Like they're dark. Like we can agree that Tool is very dark, right?
They're dark, but I think they're dark, but they're not like I don't think that like Satanism, like they're not that kind of like satanic like metal, you know. They don't really like do the pentagram like thing. Not to say that like, you know, it's not like sort of like a, not to say that it's like inherently like better.
No, yeah, I don't mean
like, you know,
like literally like satanic, but like they have a dark, like kind of almost more like demonic, creepy vibe. Like the Sober music video is super creepy, and then other videos of theirs like basically
maybe, but yeah, like you know, for instance, like if you like the album like Anima, you know, probably like their most famous album, you know, the just the liner notes, it included references to dissociative anesthesia through ketamine, as well as Timothy Leary, futance, ritual magic, and religious fundamentalism. You know, yeah, so like there might be a dark vibe, but like I think it's still like very much in that like kind of world. You know,
yeah, but I don't get like a positive vibe. Like, you know, I mean, it's like, yeah, he's like doing dissociative anesthesia with ketamine and like,
I guess like I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe. I
Stinkfist, you know, Anima. Like, listen to the song titles, like Prison Sex. Like, they're all just like really
not only do I listen to the song
dark
titles, I listened to this album today in preparation for this episode, and I will say that the song Enema itself actually kind of holds up a little bit. You know, I think like you might appreciate that song because it's just about like hating LA. It's a song. It's oddly straightforward for a Tool song because the lyrics for a lot of their songs are very pretentious. You know. But yeah, like
yes,
Enema
they are.
Is not. It's quite Enema. Enema is a dark, downer, aggressive song about wanting everyone in LA to be killed by a tsunami. But
wow,
like,
just like Snake Eyes.
Yes, just like Snake Eyes. But you know, on this album, there's
just
also
like Snake Eyes. Okay.
There's also Third Eye, you know, where he continually goes on for 13 minutes and he screams about prying open his third eye. I remember Die Eier von Satan, which is like a scary.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna bring up like, Die Eier von Satan. What do you got to say about that?
Well, the Eier von Satan is a puckish joke. You know,
it's a puckish prank. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a puckish prank. Because it's actually like a recipe for a cannabis edible or something, spoken in German. So,
but it sounds like, I think it even says here that basically the combined effects of the song make it sound like a militant German rant or a Nazi rally. But while the tone is aggressive, the speaker is merely reciting a recipe for a cannabis edible. Okay. Yes. Like, you know, like, haha, LOL, I'm a Satanist. Like, you know, but I'm actually just a stoner. It's a certain vibe of a period.
You know, I'm not saying that Tool is great. You know, I wouldn't necessarily listen to Tool like today. I mean, I did listen to Tool actually literally today, but only because we received this question. I haven't really listened to them in years. Like, it's actually one of those bands from my youth that I like have not, even Radiohead I've gone back to more, even though I really haven't, as we mentioned in other episodes, gone back to them. But, you know, Smashing Pumpkins I've gone back to like a fair amount, even though they're one of the staples of my youth. But Tool, not so much. It's like
Tool
very
is it's very of a time and place. Also, like, I did listen to a couple of songs off Enema a couple days ago. The one that really drew my attention was Hooker with a Penis. What's that song about?
Mm-hmm. You know? I don't honestly remember. Oh yeah, I remember this. I met a boy wearing Vans. Right, isn't it about like a guy who was mean to him or like said like something that was shitty to him? Or like, you know, that the insulted Tool, and he said he told me
it's a metaphor for a disgruntled fan.
Is it a metaphor, or is it just a straight up literal story?
Well, I guess the lyrics reference the person depicted as a metaphor for a disgruntled fan who Maynard notes is wearing Vans, 501s, and a dope Beastie tee while sipping Coke, who claims he was OGT from 92, the first EP, taken to stand for Original Gangster Tool.
I mean, I kind of like this song.
After introducing himself, he proceeds to accuse Maynard of selling out, likely due to the softer music and commercial success of 1993's Undertow. When asked if he is sucking up to the man, Maynard casually responds that we are all the man. He points out the hypocrisy of such a statement by noting, all you read and wear or see and hear on TV is a product begging for your fat ass dirty dollar. Keenan whispers in the left channel throughout the song. At 141, he whispers, consume, be fruitful, and multiply, which may be alluding to Genesis. And the song concludes with some of the band's thrashiest playing and Danny Carey's fast double bass footwork. Why is it called a hooker with a penis? What does that mean?
I think that maybe I don't know.
Is he the hooker with a penis? Like,
shock? Yeah, I guess maybe he is the hooker with a penis because he, I mean, as he says, like, I've got some advice for you, little buddy. Before you point your finger, you should know that I can remember how the song goes because I listened to it so many times when I was young, even though I haven't listened to it literally in years. You should know that I'm the man, and if I'm the man, then you're the man, and he's the man as well. So you can point that fucking finger up your ass. Yeah, all you know about me is what I've sold you, dumb fuck. I sold out long before you ever heard my name. I sold my soul to make a record, dipshit, and you bought one.
Wow. I mean, it doesn't get any Gen X-ier than that. Yep, revolution of the method. I just feel like there's no way that, like, I'm not saying Tool is bad or that they don't have, like, any good music, but, like, I cannot say that, like, they're not, like, operating, they're swimming around in some sus vibes, like some sus dark vibes.
Oh, they absolutely are. Like, and that's, I don't think that it's even, like, up for debate that they're like swimming around.
Of course, yeah. I guess that's what I meant. It's like they're so dark, like edgy and dark. Like that's really their vibe, right? Kind of like Nine Inch Nails or something like that. Like it's all about like misery, alienation, like depression, like drug addiction, just like bleh, like everything sucks. Etc.
Well,
which, you know, when you're a kid,
more dimensions to Tool than you would think. You know, like
maybe there is. I haven't listened to their catalog as extensively, and I never understood. I actually didn't know until
that's like the sheen over them, but there's more dimensions. But yes, it is very sus, and like it's similar to like, you know, I mean, you can make a comparison to like anyone in this general like milieu of like you know, in this psychedelic milieu, you know, like but sometimes it's different where like
it's more metal adjacent milieu. It's not. They're much darker than the other psychedelic stuff is dark, but like in a veiled way. Like Papa John Phillips is dark, but like he's pretending to be positive, whereas Tool's not pretending to be positive at all. I think that's a part of like psychedelic as a category in like popular music.
Maybe
is a kind of like I mean,
maybe
like there's sometimes a tinge of darkness.
Yeah, I don't know if pretending to be positive is like an aspect of it. I mean, maybe like, but anyway, yeah, like I guess maybe the aspect of it is that there's like a hidden dimension that you perceive in that type of music where like the darkness is what's hidden under like a something of more positivity. But like there's often more dimensions to that than meet the eye, and in the same way I think there are actually more dimensions of Tool. I mean, there are some very positive Tool songs, like songs that are so positive they're almost like just boringly positive, like Parabola, which is just like a love song, or Patient, which is just about how you need to be patient. The Patient, I believe it's called. Yeah, cool. I think it's just about.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Stinkfist, like as like gross.
See, I'm already thinking about MK Ultra when he says the Patient. You know, like it's about getting electroshocked or something in like that weird like boiler room that like the little sober man puppet has to live in.
I guess, but. I mean, well, all right, but like, yeah, I guess like the Patient, like whatever, like there's lots of different patients, not only MK Ultra. My point is that song is incredibly like, you know, positive and not like about misery and darkness. It's just about being patient.
Like,
Okay,
you know,
fair enough. Well, so you're saying there's like light lurking under the surface of Tool that I haven't perceived necessarily.
Yeah, or that like in the same way, like yeah, exactly. It's not one dimensional, basically. Like in the same way that I'm not saying there's light lurking under the surface per se, but that like the same way that in other bands or in other genres, perhaps the surface perception is also illusory. Like the surface perception of Tool is illusory. It doesn't necessarily mean that what's underneath is like not, can't be described as dark or that's necessarily lightness, like, but there's more going on. And is that, I mean, the Tool is like sophisticated, like, I mean, I almost feel like they appear more sophisticated than they actually are, like I almost would say. Like, I think that like maybe like music, like they see like the Eye von Satan is like a good example, because like, it seems like an incantation like to the devil, but it actually is like a eggs recipe or whatever, like,
it's the eggs of Satan. We see eggs again.
Yeah.
I'm the Eggman.
But
exactly.
yeah, I mean, totally, like, I would say that, like, in the general category of like being sus lords who like love to bleh around, like, basically being a more successful version of Morbid from the Elisa Lam documentary, like, I would definitely say, like, that's very true of Tool. But yeah, like, they're into pretty much everything. But and it's also very sus that I don't really know, like, what. I know that, like, Maynard James Keenan, like, flirts around with, like, references to ritual magic and things like that. For instance, the title of 1000 Days referring to the orbital period of Saturn.
No. All right. Wow. Clock that for the Saturn episode. Very sus.
Yes.
What is he worshiping that hexagon storm on the North Pole?
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Maybe he is.
I feel like there is a very strong aspect to the Alex Gray, there's a lot to that, because he's a really big, like, all of their cover illustrations and, like, the art and stuff, and, like, has something to do with, like, DMT or, like, ayahuasca or, like, stuff like that, so there's, like, a heavy aspect to Tool for sure. I mean, it kind of was. It's interesting, maybe if you want to take, like, a spook angle on this with Maynard James Keenan dropping out of West Point, you could actually say that it's sort of a recalibration of a very familiar formula that we can see in, like, the Laurel Canyon type, psychedelia that we talked about earlier, to, like, a slightly different, more 90s grungy. It's it's psychedelic grunge,
No, it's true. I mean, and there were psychedelic aspects to both grunge and, like, kind of new metal and, like, prog metal and all these things. Like, they all had certain influences that kind of came. I mean, he did say that, like, Joni Mitchell was one of his main influences, which is kind of funny. Like, okay.
Well, that is.
I guess the way he sings, actually does on, like, Sober, kind of, like, reminds me a little bit of, like, that kind of, like, dramatic, like talking kind of thing that Joni Mitchell does sometimes.
Did he explain why Joni Mitchell? I mean, I also like Joni Mitchell a lot.
Joni Mitchell's dope. I love Joni Mitchell, but I don't know.
Did he explain what about her?
I guess he said in multiple interviews, he's, like, talked about how Joni Mitchell's an influence.
Just for the record, according to the Wikipedia article on Tool band, Tool (band), due to Tool's incorporation of visual arts and very long, complex releases, the band is generally described as a style-transcending act and part of progressive rock, psychedelic rock, and art rock.
Okay,
so
it's not the most. It's like it's a secondary trait. It's not the dominant gene in their genome, but I'll give you that. It is an element.
It is a prominent gene. You argued with the Tool fan about Tool.
I got tooled. I fucked around and I found out
right now because you're insisting that, like, they aren't, like, fucking all about DMT and ayahuasca when they rub it in your face and scream about prying their third eye open. And
no, you're right. I mean, I guess, like, I didn't know that they sang so much about DMT and ayahuasca because I was gonna cancel them for being narcophobic, for making a song called Sober that made like drug addiction sound like you're, like, a little claymation puppet man, like, trapped in a boiler room, and not like a totally cool lifestyle choice that maintains your work-life balance. So fair enough.
We've got to do something about how if you Google sober lyrics, like a fucking song by Demi Lovato comes up. Anyway, yeah.
Oh god.
Yes.
Anyways, all right. I think we can.
The lyrics to sober are kind of like the lyrics to Meet Me in the Middle. Honestly, why can't we not be sober? I just want to start things over. Why can't we sleep forever? I just want to start this over. Why can't you just meet me in the middle?
Oh god. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it does kind of line up a little bit. I don't know if that's a condemnation, but
yeah, I mean, there's more. I feel like I really could do like a analysis of Tool's whole progression from the era of Anima to Schism, which is like more pretentious, or what was the album? Lateralis, where we had songs such as Schism, which were more pretentious and like kind of like just abstract rambling stuff about one's not quite sure, like vague things. But I mean, I also listened to his side projects too. A Perfect Circle. I was a huge A Perfect Circle fan.
This is gonna probably like piss you off. I never knew until like 3 days ago that like A Perfect Circle was like the Tool guy, and I just thought it was like a different band that for some reason everybody was into in high school. Who I've never listened to them, and I just found
I'm not
like
as remotely pissed off by that as I am by the suggestion that Taylor Swift is incapable of composing music.
Fair enough.
No, but I mean, no, that's not offensive to me. I don't really, because I don't have any attachment to Tool now at all. And like even like when I would listen to Tool, like my attachment to Tool like was it was fickle. Yeah.
I get it.
Wow, actually,
so I guess,
we just learned that the title of the song in which the Art Bell thing is sampled in, the Coast to Coast thing is sampled in. The title is Enochian for the voice of God.
Oh my
John
god.
D is Enochian language, so.
Holy shit! Wow. Okay, so he knows. He knows.
He knows something for sure.
I don't know what.
Anyway,
Anyways,
Tool. All right. Sus. We'll move on to the last one.
There we go. All right. Well, last question here. Okay, so this is I don't know who I have it from. Is this a new Grotto member that just slid in?
Maybe. Let me check the Grotto itself.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't put the names on these last two. Oh yeah, no, it's a first time asker.
I might have put these in here. Yeah, M. Lewins is this one, and the last one was from Gingy00 again. Gingy00 has the Tool one. This one is from M. Lewins.
Okay, yeah. So M. Lewins asks, apologies if you've been over this already, but I was wondering where your thoughts were on the UFO phenomenon. I recently watched the Bob Lazar doc on Netflix and Unacknowledged on Prime. They make some convincing cases, but I can't shake the feeling that it is inherently untrustworthy, especially as many of the whistleblowers are ex-military or have spooky connections. Thanks. So yeah, I mean...
Don't worry about shaking that feeling, because I think I haven't seen the Bob Lazar documentary, but I have seen Unacknowledged, and that's definitely a Stephen Greer thing. So I understand why you felt that it was inherently untrustworthy, because Stephen Greer is incredibly like sus. Like we did a whole episode about the guy who was prominently featured in that. Basically, like it's his outfit, like the whole thing, like
that was our, let me think, the CE Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind episode, that I forget which number it was, but I believe we talked about the CE5 documentary, and Unacknowledged was like the previous film he did like before that,
43, right? I believe, or maybe I'm not sure if I have the number, it might be 44, and we did an earlier one, 24 20 episodes before that, which was on
about Tom DeLonge's documentary, which was, what was that called again?
Phenomenon, and just about
the Phenomenon
stuff in general,
so we've gone into length on those eps about the susness rivals of these various figures. They are they're in a sinister dialectic. They're in a Hegelian dialectic. Not new. And I think the one thing we haven't covered the one thing we haven't covered yet is Bob Lazar. I feel like maybe I watched that documentary on Netflix. I forget when it came out.
I've definitely heard of Bob Lazar, you know.
Yeah, I watched his old like VHS tape from like 1990 or whatever, when, you know, he first like exposed this stuff. And I've heard him on Joe Rogan before. It's one of the only times I kind of listen to Joe Rogan. But he's gone on there a couple times. And, you know, I mean, I have fun with the Bob Lazar story. Really don't know, because he can't, like, the real crux of it is, like, he can never quite prove it, even though it's like he even took a video of, like, a piece of this technology that, like, he did in his garage, but, like, he lost the video, and it's like, come on, man, like, what the fuck? Like, you know, like, it's like, oh, I just looked around in my storage unit, and I just can't find it. And it's like, oh, you mean the one time you built some alien technology in your garage and got it to work, like, you lost the tape? Like, come on. But I don't know, like, you know, what's your impression of Bob Lazar generally?
Yeah, he is like a limited hangout or something.
It must be.
Yeah, he pushed like the Grays, the Zeta Reticuli thing, you know, which I feel like is like the standard limited hangout line. So I feel like, yeah, I don't know, he's kind of like the original Phil Schneider. Because he also... Did he talk about underground bases? I believe that he did. Or maybe it was just that he talked about...
Well, he talked about S4, which was
a government whistleblower. Maybe that's why I think of him as being...
He was an engineer that was brought in to work on one of these supposed crashed UFOs. And, like, I guess he says he went to MIT. But then as a result of coming out and going on like local news in Las Vegas and like spilling the beans, they somehow arranged to like erase his entire academic record, so now people can't even verify that he went to MIT. Chomsky did it. Chomsky went in there like, this guy is not a serious scientist in my book.
They're like Agent Chomsky, delete the file.
he unplugged the cord that was sticking out of his pant leg from the wall and like went down to the registrar's department. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Vonnegut's dad also worked at MIT, by the way. I didn't mention that, but interesting. Bob Lazar, like, there's just a lot of like gaps in the story, and I think it's like he's a fun and kind of funny person to like listen to talk about this stuff. Though he did, I think his interview on Joe Rogan was like
the Bob
bizarre.
Lazar story and the Phil Schneider story, because if you do, then why is Bob Lazar still alive?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. Like, why haven't they killed him or something? But then, it's the classic, like, well, if they killed me.
Maybe because but that's the whole thing. Like, that's the whole thing of him being a limited hangout. Like, you know, if he's alive, they want that information to go out there to cover up the deeper truths. If you believe both, you know, you have to pick one. And I feel like Phil Schneider, even though there's definitely questions about that, is still more believable.
You think Phil Schneider's more believable
than Bob Lazar?
Interesting. I don't know. I was always the impression that Phil Schneider was like pretty unbelievable, like in general.
Yeah, I mean, the story
he has wilder stories.
The story is unbelievable, but I could believe that there's something up with Phil Schneider, like, you know, because of his dad being like a Nazi submarine guy, like, you know.
For sure.
Bob Lazar, I could see. I guess, like, you know, he could be like, Phil Schneider, I could see him being, like, you know, privy to something, like, deeper, or, like, maybe even being killed, like, you know. I could see that Phil Schneider, like, maybe was killed, like, because there was something he was getting at. I don't know how to explain the story of getting zapped by, like, a gray that, like, rubbed its belly and, like, blasted him with, like, a
as, like, a Delta Force operator, like, pushes you in the, like, get in the elevator, save yourself, and then, like, gets blasted in the chest. Like, you know,
I don't know. Fair enough. You're right. That's not necessarily more believable, but, you know, on its face. But, like, I don't know. I'm not. I'm more. But at least he did, like, die under mysterious circumstances, and he did have, like, a father, Otto Schneider, who was like a.
Nazi U-boat commander.
Who possibly developed, like, a theory of nonlinear time or something.
I wonder if he was one. I wonder if he was one of the Nazi.
Bob Lazar is definitely a grift. Like, there's no like, if you're like a UFO believer, like, or if you're you believe there's something to the phenomenon, like or if you believe like even if you believe that it's ETs, even if you believe the ET hypothesis, I feel like in general, correct me if I'm wrong about where you stand, but I'm pretty sure that on this podcast we're both very anti-ET hypothesis. We're down with the Jinn hypothesis in this house. Although we leave all leave all doors open.
I'm kind of I'm more of a yes Jinn and kind of person, but I would put more stock in a kind of interdimensional, like liminal being theory than like a gray hopping into a spaceship and like flying. First rule of Jinn improv.
But of course, I mean, I think we both agree that there's definitely like psyops, like and manipulation of the UFO community that's been documented over like decades, like by government agencies.
That's incontrovertible.
Definitely known.
Yes.
Again, I would refer you to our UFO episodes. In fact, when this comes out, it hasn't come out yet, but by the time this comes out, Mothman will be out, which is another episode that goes into the UFO phenomenon. So I would also recommend.
It does. So to my surprise, it did. Yeah. So you'll get more on that, and that also we got into aspects of like. MIBs and agents, or people impersonating agents, or people showing up to psyop people, and just like a wilderness of mirrors around all this shit.
Yes. So that's definitely going on. So I feel like even if you believe in the ET hypothesis, you gotta think that this guy is like some kind of disinfo agent, or like he's just completely a grifter. Like, even if you believe like in the ET hypothesis, like he's just because
I feel like I don't know how much money he's actually made from embarking on this like career as,
I guess maybe grifter
Bob
is the
Lazar.
wrong word, but like attention seeker. I mean, I'm sure that he's gotten something out of it. He has a book. He must have a book. And
a couple couple documentaries, that are now like one of them's on Netflix. He probably was involved in like producing it, so
I'm sure they
get
gave
money
him like a
from
little
that.
honorarium to do that, like which is probably a pittance to them, but significant to any one of us.
Sure, yeah, it's possible.
In 1990, he was arrested for aiding and abetting a prostitution ring. This was reduced to felony pandering, to which he pleaded guilty.
Oh, weird.
He was
in Nevada, of all
hours
places.
Of community service, stay away from brothels, and undergo psychotherapy.
Stay away from brothels. Like, what was he doing? Was he trying to like recruit women out of the brothels in Nevada because they're legal there?
This is weird. This is even weirder than that, perhaps. In 2006, Lazar and his wife, Joy White, were charged with violating the Federal Hazardous Substances Act for shipping restricted chemicals across state lines. The charges stem from a 2003 raid in United Nuclear's business office, where chemical sales records were examined. United Nuclear pleaded guilty to 3 criminal counts of introducing to interstate commerce, aiding and abetting introduction into interstate commerce, banned hazardous substances. I guess his thing is United Nuclear. That's his company or something.
United Nuclear. Right. Okay, that's weird. Okay. Maybe we'll stumble across him in one of our future UFO eps and dig a little deeper into all that business, because that's bizarre.
This is also a bizarre. This is just from Wikipedia, so this isn't like the kind of deep research that we will do maybe when we do an episode on him. But in 2017, Lazar's workplace was raided by the FBI and local police, which Lazar theorizes was to recover element 115, a substance he says he took from a government lab. Records obtained through a Freedom of Information request show the raid was part of a murder investigation.
Wow. What the fuck? Wow. He did actually predict that element 115 back in like 1990. He predicted that there was this new element that they were working with there. And then I think like, 25 years later, I forget what it's called now, but it actually was kind of like confirmed and added to the periodic table. Moscovium, that's what it was. Synthetic chemical element, MC115, recognized in... found in 2003 by a joint team of Russian and American scientists at the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research in Dubno, Russia, and was recognized as one of the 4 new elements in December 2015. It's extremely radioactive, and I guess yeah, I'm not sure exactly like what it's
But
like used
there's a
for or
difference
anything.
between the fact that there is an 115th element and like the element 115 that he claimed to have taken from a lab. Like the properties of that element like probably aren't the same as
yeah, I think he's claimed that it's the same element. So
I'm sure,
think
yeah, I guess so. All right, I guess so.
There now some people feel like it's been confirmed, and like element 115 is like dangerous and it has alien origin, and it can be used as a weapon, etc., etc.
It produces its own gravitational field, its own anti-gravitational field, and it's what you use to lift and propel the craft. Yeah,
it's I don't know.
You can do that.
Yeah, he claims the element 115 is the fuel that was used in the UFO that he worked on.
Yeah. I guess we had a customer a few years ago that murdered his wife. FBI, local law enforcement came with a warrant to get our records on him. We provided them documents and all the info we had on him.
So there's a customer of his murdered somebody?
Apparently, yeah, and they provided some. This is a long story, but I guess people, we can wrap up. We'll go into it maybe later.
Let's wrap up. We'll leave people with
you can look into it for yourself. I'm sure.
We do a full dive.
I didn't know about this until literally just now, so nothing I could tell you now is something you can't learn yourself.
Yes, exactly.
We'll eventually explore it.
We will. Our eyes are fixed on the potential blue beam, situation. So,
on the skies.
We will. All right. So I think we'll wrap it up there. Big thanks to the Grotto once again for providing some very quality grist for the mill. Some good queries.
Yes, definitely.
It's very appreciated. If anybody would like to get in on the next Q&A, we do these every month. You can sign up on our Patreon on the All War Frequency. You can get access to the Grotto Discord, which is just crackling every day with spicy commentary and good takes and good vibes, and you can go into the question sub chat there. You ask a question, we will answer it. We got premium content coming out
for a little while, so we're trying to get over just to 89. So if anybody out there,
if you just want to remove this Nazi curse from us, that'd be great.
We have a Nazi curse lingering on us, so
so inshallah we'll transcend it this month.
Yes, inshallah.
But that's where you can submit your questions, and as always we'll go in hard and maybe go a little too long and whatever, but we got some good stuff today. Some good stuff about music.
We had some
good stuff. Islamo-Marxism, good shit all around. Good stuff. All right, so we're gonna get out of here now, but
watch out for the Bermuda Triangle.
Watch out for
sock loss as always.
Watch out for sock loss. Keep your eyes fixed on the sky.
Etc. Yes.
Don't overcompress your music. If you're somebody who makes music, don't compress the what's it called, the timbral range of it, and strip out the soul of your music.
Timbral ranges. And the word alive has 2 syllables.
Alive. The greatest.
If someone's trying to get under your skin,
stay away from MK's CBS music at all costs. It's poison. It's mind poison. It's degraded. It's satanic.
MK music is a good designation for that genre because it does elude classification otherwise. It's simply MK music.
I mean, just go look at everything. Every Vigilant Citizen article, you could find the subgenre that we're referring to. It lines up pretty perfectly, I think. So stay safe out there, and until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.